生存与毁灭，亡天下的课题。
In the city of Santa Monica, we are coming together to work on reducing inequalities.
Our program in Quezon City, Philippines is a response to the Sustainable Development Goal number 11, which embodies a commitment to make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable.
在建园之初，我们就确立了生态、智慧、改善生活、开放、融合、提升品质的发展理念。
It is a dream of most people to live a comfortable urban life with proper shelter, clean running water, sanitation, proper waste disposal, clean air to breathe.
It's based on motorways. Barcelona is based on neighborhoods. The equivalent of CO2 emissions in transport is a sixth. The people, just as many people living there, they, in the present conditions, they only have a sixth of the CO2 emissions in Barcelona that they have in Atlanta.
Whatever we're doing right now, the cities that are going to plan, we cannot do for now these days without taking into consideration the issue of climate.
We define this diagram of the city where all the services, all the infrastructures are integrated, and we develop the idea of creating some international standards about this, let's say, multi-layer city.
I am very delighted to our opportunity to come and make some remarks at this very important forum. Our cities need continuous major infrastructure development and investments. That's why I'm very pleased listening to the resolutions of Addis Ababa.
The Global Forum of Human Settlements, the 11th edition, was one of the most compact, interesting, diversified event of the UN Habitat, bringing together people from China and people from abroad, a lot of experts, and delivering prizes, and at the same time launching a new standard, the International Green Model City Standard. So together, a very productive event and very fascinating event.
World Habitat Day, we should always renew our vision of a better future for our children on our planet. But we should also be honestly look backwards how far we came in the last year in achieving this vision.
For commemorating the World Cities Day, we will invite 12 urban stakeholders to make their own commitments for sustainable cities and human settlements.
Cities are where we live in. I am committed to make city a home for its citizens, and cities shall also be able to save our lives.
The Rivers State government makes commitment to progressively provide best infrastructure and social services in order to enhance the living standard of all residents and in a more sustainable basis.
Implementation of sustainable development goals through the construction of for the city.
We as Econet are committed to promoting the implementation of sustainable development goal number 7 of providing affordable clean energy, goal number 9 of building industry innovation and infrastructure, and goal number 11 of building sustainable cities and communities.
15th annual session of Global Forum on Human Settlements was held on September 5 and 6, 2019 at the United Nations Conference in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. The participants realized the importance of sustainable development of cities and human settlements in the digital era and discussed ways in which digital technologies can be harnessed to make cities inclusive, safe, resilient, prosperous, and sustainable.
欢迎大家出席我们2017可持续城市与人居环境奖的颁奖典礼。
So welcome to the ceremony of the Global Forum on Human Settlements and the award ceremony, the real part of it.
是的，今晚呢，我们相聚隆重表彰2017可持续城市与人居环境的最佳范例。这些获奖者呢，都是落实2030年可持续发展议程和新城市议程的先锋和榜样。
The ceremony recognizes the different active implementation parts, and this is, here at the UN, there's a lot of negotiation, discussion on how a better world should be, but we have many people in this room who are already working on it.
是的，我们全球人居环境论坛发起的可持续城市和人居环境奖，也就是大家所熟知的萨萨奖呢，已经有了11年的历史。许多来自世界各地的范例被选出和表彰，与同行业之间呢最佳范例的知识和经验分享传播，在此都有了一个更好、更高的平台，为推动可持续发展做出了积极的贡献。
We are gathering here today. We will be presented with 23 awardees who were selected for their action and leadership. It is important to share good practices and leadership.
Mr. Moderator, shall we begin? Or
主持人，我们现在应该开始了吗？我们可以问一下在场的各位专家。那么我觉得我们都非常准时，大家下午好，大家早上好，或者 晚上
early
好。
morning to some of us.
甚至或者刚刚黎明之后来参加会议的人好。那么今天我非常高兴能够有这么多专家加入我们这个讨论会。我们既然人齐了，我们就开始吧。非常感谢给予我这次机会。我一开始首先要致谢，因为昨天我们过得非常愉快，有很多高级的专家非常棒的展示，还有他们的时间也拿捏得非常的好。所以今天早上我们也可以根据昨天的这种精神，还有昨天的这个成功，继续进行讨论。那么我们是3B 论坛，我们的主题就是国际绿色范例新城倡议，包容、弹性和智慧的城市。以及我认为我们这个专题论坛的所有的专家都已经非常了解了，我可能不用讲太多。那么我们可以直接开门见山了。
We have 3 commentators.
我们有5位讲者，我们有3位嘉宾评论员，他们都来自5个不同的国家，他们来自4大洲。
We have representatives from different perspectives and
他们还代表着不同的领域，例如有国际机构啊，还有学界啊，还有实践者啊，还有民间机构啊，等等。所以我觉得我们的这些讲者的背景都非常的棒，他们来源的背景非常丰富，会跟我们全面的展示一下现在面临的问题。那么不再拖延时间请让 Christine 和来介绍一下 Christine 和，他已经是非常著名的一位全球人均环境论坛的一位主持人了，大家都非常了解他，所以非常感谢 Christine 和。你能向那些没有听过国际范例新城的人介绍一下吗？非常感谢拉尔夫。那么再一次，我想说，我非常高兴能够和大家分享一下最近我们过去几十年做的一些技术性的东西。今天我会分享一下这个国际绿色范例新城的标准。我现在共享一下我的屏幕。大家请耐心等待一下。
Sorry，
不好意思，没关系。
Yes, here it is.
好，大家可以看到吗？
So actually, I have been talking
实际
about
上呢，我已经谈过这个绿色范例进程好几次了。
an idea of what we have been.
我希望能够详细的向大家介绍一下，现在我们正在做些什么，我们过去10年的成果有哪一些。这个就是绿色范例新城的标准。10年之前，我们开始这个 IGMC， 也就是绿色范例新城标准。那么我们拿它来衡量很多城市的这个绿色的程度。那么 IGMC Hello connection problem Hello 它现在已经变得越来越具有适应性。
While representing a paradigm
它
for
现在代表着我们未来可持续城市的一个非常好的标准范例，还有评估机构。那么最近这个 IGMC 的 这个标准呢已经正式的发布了它的3.0版本。
The standards 3.0
基本来
is an
说
assessment
，3.0呢，它是一个指导准则，还有一个评估的工具。它提供一些技术的办法，还有一些评估的标准，以及它包括巴黎气候协议还有 SDG 等等，为当地量身定做的。所以它旨在让国内外的专家呢更好的使城市变得可持续，而且它是基于城市的规划还有发展的一些准则，还有吸收了全球一些城市的成功经验。那么这个标准它的结构呢，我们可以拿3.0来看，它包括6大原则：安全、可持续、平等、个性，还有繁荣以及幸福。这些基本原则，它可以被分为18个结构的分类，包括一些主要的方法，还有参数等等。它包括了空间规划、基本服务、环境、经济、社会，还有文化。它们各自都有非常详细的一个解释，有非常详尽的一个指标以及最佳实践。大家可以看到这个表格已经显示出大部分的这些策略呢和联合国的 SDG 有非常大的关联度，尤其和第11个 SDG 具有高度的关联性，因为它是包括弹性智慧的可持续的城市。我们可以看到，它是一个非常详尽的框架，把 IGMC 的这个标准融合到城市的发展当中，它有非常大的可操作性和实践性。基本上，这个评分机构呢，它有很多的参数，能够让城市更好的遵循可持续的原则。它可以反映了在城市规划当中设计还有发展当中的一些共识，能够促进绿色的经济发展，还有社会的一个包容性，减少碳排放，还有环境的压力。第二呢，它可以鼓励很多项目组呢变得越来越有创造力，为可持续发展提供更多创新的一些点子。而且它还是非常根据特定的区域量身定做的。那么今年初的时候，我们已经有了一些新的指导准则，我们希望把 IGMC 进一步的扩展，进一步的扩大，让它在不同的地方呢提升它的可操作性。那么我们的这个伙伴关系呢是完全可以为伙伴关系提供一个免费的服务，可以提供一个免费的评分服务等等，为社区还有一些不同的城市提供一个评分机构，我们可以免费的进行评分。
Global network consists of
这个全球 IGMC 网络包括政府新区，还有工业园以及私营企业等等。那么这些是我们的合作伙伴，大家可以看一下这张表。例如在亚洲吉隆坡，这些城市是上一年刚刚加入的城市。下一步呢，我想讲一下我们的这个参数系统，你就能够更加直观的了解这个 IGMC 标准。那么首先我们这个规划方面有很多的要求，它的要求就是让城市变得更加可持续。为了达到此目的呢，必须要在这个空间规划和设计上花很多的心思，增加我们社区的一个透明性，让这个土地使用更加具有可持续性。还有我们的这个要求 还有参数有如下，
emphasize
例如在人口密度方面，我们会考虑到一个就业的情况啊，还有能源使用情况、能效情况，以及土地的使用效率，还有各个社区之间有没有很好的得到这个社区服务的一个覆盖，
into the public space.
让人们有没有这个参与感，公共的空间有没有足够的利用好等等。那么关于环境方面呢，这些标准要求城市能够付出更大的努力来保护环境。在这个层面来说，弹性是非常重要的一环。所有城市都必须要把自己的城市变得更加有弹性，在面对灾难、面对灾害，还有各种各样的挑战的时候，具有更大的一个应对能力，减少这个灾难和风险的可能性。所以这就是弹性的一个巨大的重要性，它涵盖的方面是非常的广的。它同时也鼓励一个对环境负面影响降到最低的发展模式。我们现在精确到每一个人他的每天的水用量用到多少等等。在以人为本方面呢，我们还有很多不同的参数，这以人为本也是我们的核心。我们 IGMC 最后的目标是让这个城市变得更加以人为本，社区变得以人为本。这要求我们的城市必须要符合基本的一些准则，例如住房的标准，还有消除不平等、消除极端贫困等等，而且也为人们赋能，通过让各位市民能够参与到城市的各个项目当中，这也要求城市能够提升自己的一个发展转型模式，提升自己的独特性，保护各个城市自己的一个历史遗迹。那么最后呢，我们需要城市要追求一种绿色的发展模式，减少能源的一个浪费还有使用，减少能耗，减少排放。我们希望这些城市呢，能够至少达到一个40%的二氧化碳减排目标。那么在经过这个评估之后，我们这个评分机构让城市还有社区更加满足我们这个 IGMC 的要求。我们的这些机构会对各个城市社区进行一个认证和评分。为了帮助城市来达到这个绿色范例标准呢，我们会有一系列的策略来帮他们。例如可持续的环境方面呢，我们帮他保护环境，教他怎么样把对环境的负面影响降到最低。通过这样做呢，我们给他一个环境方面的评估，以及帮他们控制这个污染量，帮助他们在城市规划层面更好的保护环境。最重要的是，
要有以自然为基础的解决方案。我们要看一下，通过这样的方案可以如何应对环境中的种种威胁或者说挑战风险，比如水资源、能源等等。另外，我们还会考虑生态修复，还有在整个生态体系的管理方面，都需要有相应的策略。那谈到弹性，其实我们要考虑的事情还是挺多的。大家看一下这里的展示，城市需要在应对气候方面实现智能，城市需要有能力去应用技术来加强城市的安全和健康。另外，城市需要有非常合适的规划，在其设计方面需要去考虑自然灾害来临时到底该如何应对。在绿色基础设施方面，需要充分考虑城市的弹性。 这样才可以真正的让城市可以应对将来的种种挑战。在低碳和能效方面，我们可以看一下具体的一些细节，比如需要有整合的或者说统一的循环能源规划。换句话说，整个城市的能源应该是有新陈代谢的这样的一种模式。我们要优化城市的土地使用，需要有混合用途的分区，土地使用要是节约型的，我们要有非常好的分布式能源系统，需要对于能源的使用有相应的分区，还有需要去促使人们行为的改变，还有很多其他细节，我们没有时间赘述。我们的标准是非常详尽的，但是要实施我们的标准，需要各方的协同努力。我希望与各位一起携手，将 IGMIC 更好的推广。好的，谢谢。非常感谢您精彩的介绍，讲得非常详尽。我想大家对于 IGMIC 或许有些问题需要问，是不是？我们知道在 IGMIC 方面，你们做了很多的工作，城市按照 IGMIC 标准可以更好的面向未来，变得更有弹性。那我们可以一起来看一下，在 IGMIC 方面是不是有一些建议可以考虑？首先 ，IGMIC 是非常全面的标准，是不是想让城市去逐渐的一步一步的来走，最终才实现 IGMIC 认证，而不是一蹴而就？是不是小步走，最终实现质变，逐渐的量变，最终实现质变？另外还有一点，您刚才也提到过，那就是合作的重要性。有一些城市发展的更好一些，这些城市可以分享他们在技术方面的一些经验和知识，这样的分享非常重要。像 IGMIC 本身也就是非常推崇合作和分享的。我想，这样的合作伙伴关系其实是 IGMIC 的势能因素，是不是？这样 IGMIC 的实施会走得更好。这就是我提的2点建议。
Will follow on right away and further deepen and expand the same.
接下来有请下一位讲者薛杰。等会儿大家有任何问题，我们可以在后边有一点集中时间来回答问题。这位讲者薛杰，他是联合国环境署国际资源小组专家，法国巴黎城市形态与复合系统研究院院长。IGMIC 3.0首席专家，有请。
It's working. Yes, I'm talking. I'm going to share the screen.
好的。
Just wait one second.
那我正式开始，请稍等。
No. Sorry, I need to share the screen before.
请稍等，我需要共享我的屏幕。这里有一个按钮，请稍等，我来操作一下。好的，能看到吧
Can you confirm you see my screen?
Yes.
大家能看到我的屏幕吗？可以看到。您可以开始了。
I will try to focus on showing inspirational examples of what Christine has
我
been.
会通过一些解释和例子，来让各位更好的理解 IGMIC。IGMIC 就是提供了一条道路，让城市在新冠疫情之后，可以以更可持续、更健康的方式复苏。IGMIC 和新冠疫情的疫后复苏其实可以有密切的联系。这就是我这个标题的来源。为了更健康的城市在疫后复苏，我们可以充分考虑一下 IGMIC 中的种种指标到底对城市的疫后复苏意味着什么。我想这种观念是非常重要的。在之前，我们和联合国等机构都就此进行过讨论。在城市中，不平等 是一个大问题，在不同街区之间可能发展程度非常不均等。比如在纽约和伦敦，有些街区新冠疫情非常严重，而有些街区新冠疫情相对轻微一些，这中间的严重程度差异可能达到10倍，而这些街区之间的距离可能仅仅是1公里。基本上来说，我们需要去考虑城市中是不是有非常好的基础设施，城市不同的街区是不是可以平等的发展。现在情况并不是。按照 ICMC 标准，我们可以将城市做得更好，建设得更好，在以后这样的灾难再次来临时，城市可以更好的应对。另外，我们还可以看一下人均寿命，在那些弱势社区，人均寿命比其他街区低20年以上。我想，在那些弱势街区，人们的疾病会更多，比如心血管疾病等慢性病会更多一些。为什么呢？我们一直在研究，因为这些街区的人，他们没有什么体育锻炼设施，他们居住区周围没有什么公共空间可以供他们运动。另外，他们的食品也存在问题，没有办法获得健康的食品。ICMC 3.0对这些问题都有非常详细的指标。我想，对于ICMC 3.0，如果我们可以贯彻实施下去，那这些街区之间的不平等现象就可以得到非常好的解决。特别是在发达城市或者说富裕城市，不同街区之间的这种差异是非常明显的，人们获取的资源不一样，人们的生存状态也是完全不一样的。另外，我们也看到，在城市中要让社区、让整个社会更有弹性，其实要做的事情还很多。我们可以在城市中去做一下地图的绘制，看一下哪些街区现在是处于非常弱势的地位，哪些街区发展的比较好。其实，对于整个城市来说，如果里边的居民可以是健康的，那整个城市也会更健康。我想，我这一段介绍好像太长了一点，接下来我进入正题吧。刚才何连副秘书长对 ICMC 进行了详细的介绍，我想这些技术方面的东西，我可能就不需要再赘述。ICMC 有一项基本原则：安全、可持续、公平、个性、繁荣和幸福。大家刚才已经听何连副秘书长介绍过。在 ICMC 标准下，我们希望通过种种努力来改善安全，这包括物理安全和社会安全。我们需要创建有利于健康的环境，我们需要改善空气质量，减少污染。另外，最大限度的减少废物的产生。我们还需要在化学品方面实现更好的安全性。那在整个城市发展过程中，要尽可能的减少环境受到的影响。在城市发展过程中，需要有高度的两性平等的敏感度。我们需要让男性和女性都可以享受发展带来的福利。我们看一下这里的地图，这样的地图其实展示了不同街区的发展状况。有一些街区发展非常好，有一些街区在40分钟车程内可以到达的范围中有2500，我跟你说，250万个就业机会，而有些街区在相同的范围内，工作机会可能只有几十几百个，这种差异是非常非常大的。我说是纽约市，纽约市就有这样的不平等现象，其他城市也有类似的现象。我们会对纽约整个城市进行这样的绘图，看一下哪些地方的人处于最弱势的街区中。我们需要在个人层面，在街区层面实现更好的公平性，这就需要我们更多的投资基础设施，确保发展是普惠的或者说包容性的。另外，对于个人以及群体其潜力的实现， 有很多障碍，这些障碍也有待消除。那我们知道，在城市中有一些贫困人口，他们没有足够的住房，他们也没有足够的医疗资源，这一切都需要去解决。其实，在很多情况下，这些问题都是当地的，甚至是局部的，这就需要我们拿出一些创新的方案来，比如在文化和人力资源方面，就需要有非常多的创新的方案。我们需要在规划和设计方面考虑到所有人的需求，比如城市的物理空间的整合、城市的连接性、城市的多元性。城市要有包容性，就需要有这一切的部署和规划。这里我们说的并不是国际连接，不是说要让亚洲的城市里面的街区和欧洲以及非洲的街区联系起来。我们说的是在一个城市内部，不同街区之间需要有更好的连接，这样财富和资源才可以有可能更公平的流动和分配。我们需要改善生活质量，这意味着我们需要让社会服务、教育、健康和娱乐资源更均等的在城市中分布，或者说在街区之间分布。接下来我讲一下 MIC 3.0在绿色城市设计中的实施。MIC 有非常详细的内容，可以帮助我们做好城市规划。有效的城市规划是非常重要的，可以让我们实现更好的城市繁荣。那这里边会有很多因素的，比如刚才提到的食物、空气、水、能源等等。这里有一个非常好的例子，这是中国的例子，大家看一下，这里的社区是高度宜居的，整个土地规划都是按照混合用途来规划的，城市的整个基本纽带是有非常好的设计，整个城市的发展是非常有利于可持续发展的，可以说这是高质量发展。这里是杭州的法国梦想小镇，是在杭州有这样的一个社区，是非常符合 RGMC 的理念的。那在城市内部，我们要看一下不同街道之间的这种规划和模式到底是什么样子的。我们需要规划出好的网格来，这样人们可以快速的通过这种网格到达家附近的公共空间和绿色空间。这需要我们考虑这些街道是怎么连接的，街道长短，它们之间的距离到底是怎么样的。在斯堪的纳维亚国家，这样的设计，我是说这样的街区和街道设计是非常巧妙的。人们可以在家门口就非常容易获取到相应的公共资源。这是我自己做的设计。来看一下这里的公共空间，我刚才说了，人们可以非常方便的在这些公共空间中行走。在这样的街区中，我们可以看一下街区和人们的活动以及人们的生活之间是非常和谐的一种共存关系。这就是刚才看到的杭州法国梦想小镇。RGMC 3.0在这个小镇的设计中得到了非常彻底的实施。其实，在这里我们会考虑当地的具体情况，会考虑中国的一些文化特征，而在能源方面，这个小镇使用了太阳能。再看一下这里太阳能的安装，其实是对空间有非常巧妙的利用。
同时，创造一个中国文化的一个印象呢，同时也是一个方法来让我们的这些生态系统的一个概念植根于人们的心中。还有这个密集化，还有绿化这些策略，大家可以看一下，我们这些办法创造那些地方，尤其是给人口密集的地方，让更加具有绿化，还有通风等等，我们都可以做得更好。我们可以把这个地方至少50%的土地都要让它变成绿色。所以这个 密集性并不是说我们建很多高楼大厦，我们其实可以建很多4层、5层甚至6层的这些楼房，它们可以互相之间交错，而且让我们的这个土地面积、土地的比例大大的上升。我们的策略有这些现在我们看到公共空间方面，通过公共空间更好的设计，让人们更加喜欢社交，更加喜欢出来玩儿。我们还可以在这里设计一个健康中心，这是在新加坡的一个区域，这里是一个就餐区，它完全是由于自然的这个建筑使得这里绿树成荫，而这个地方呢，你可以拥有各种各样的健康服务，还可以进行作为一些出租区。所以这种方式，这种生活方式可以非常高效的利用我们的空间，而且非常的绿色，100%的绿色。而且我们这个绿色是3维的，这并不是我们现在看到这个绿色，并不是在1楼，而是在4楼。它有很多公园交错，人们可以在这里走来走去，可以享受这里的绿树成荫的空间。现在在法国，我们的设计呢，要考虑到现在法国的一个现状。其实法国人现在年轻人并不担心这个新冠肺炎。我们在设计的时候，应该包括所有的人的群体进去，因为这些年轻人和老人他们的思维方式非常不一样。我们要关注这个每一代人之间的这个代沟，他们之间的一个喜好、偏好不同等等。我们看到这个地方，刚才已经说过了，它非常多功能，有很多方面的用途，它空间的利用非常的良好，这就是一个非常成功的设计案例，把我们的环境利用到了极致，不仅仅把我们的环境变得更好，像刚才何莲女士已经讲过了，我们以人为本，以人的健康，以这个教育为本，尤其是我们面对这个新冠肺炎危机的时候，我认为我们要有很好的应对突发事件的能力。所以 IGMC 这个范例呢，能够让社区能够为人带来更多的幸福、更多的弹性、更好的应对突发状况还有危机。而我很多朋友他们都对着这个框架赞赏有加，能够为人增加很多幸福。我觉得幸福是非常重要的，幸福应该成为我们的主题。我们每个人都追求幸福，为什么不让我们的环境让我们更加具有幸福感呢？在中国，我们可以使用到这个 IGMC， 在其他国家为什么不也贯彻这个 IGMC 标准呢？在每个地方都可以根据当地的情况进行一定的量身定造，所以非常感谢给我这个机会来和大家分享我的这个观点。因为现在我们的确是非常困难的一段时期，而 IGMC 它是设计的比较早，所以它一开始并没有专门为了应对这个新冠肺炎而设计的，所以现在我们的确是要不断的对它进行提升和升级。非常谢谢，非常感谢，感谢您刚才给我们的一个非常精彩的演讲，看得出您花了很多心思。那么何莲女士还有我们的项目小组呢，将会把我们这个网页发给你。很多参与者他们之前并没有能非常好的了解 IGMC 的一些细节，刚才您的展示呢，给我们提供了非常多的细节，很感谢你。我希望我们这个 GFHS 论坛的参与者，他们来到可以买你的书哈。实际上我的书是免费的。对，我的意思就是说，当它刚刚印刷好了之后呢，中国已经有了一个试行版。那么我的学生 他们一夜之间就拿到那个书，所以我当时就觉得很有意思，他们拿到了这个电子版。我希望大家都可以拿到一个合法的 PDF 版本吧。我们也有一些方式可以取得你的书，让所有对你感兴趣的、对你这些内容感兴趣的人都可以得到你的书。我还想提一下，我们的未来更重要的要关注的东西就是网上交易的这个挑战，尤其是在城市化的地区，因为在过去城市的这些购物区呢，包括买衣服啊、买香水、买化妆品等等区域啊，他们一直是最吸引购物者的天堂。但是现在呢，网上交易量越来越大，它占的份额也越来越重，带来了非常多的改变。尤其例如有很多商家，他们现在遇到了很多金融上的困难，尤其是那些租了商铺、租了铺位的那些商家，他们面临的困难尤其严重，所以我们要做很多调整。当然，正所谓危机，危险和机遇是并存的，既有风险也有机遇。他们还可以进行其他的一些项目，例如加入这些绿色的元素啊，也可以是一个巨大的机遇。我们可以对它重新进行规划、进行革新等等。所以我刚才只是简要的提了一下，接下来我们还有一些时间，待会我们还会讨论的更加全面一点。非常感谢您。现在我们准备到下一位讲者，他是厄瓜多尔基多市首席弹性官大卫·加科姆波利特。他在弹性方面是非常有了解、非常有研究的。他的职务是首席弹性官。大卫，您在吗？对的，大家好，我已经在这里了。现在您那里是早上吗？还是晚上的？我这里是非常早。我现在是差不多凌晨2点。非常感谢各位，非常感谢各位起得这么早来参与我们这个会议，感谢您的重视。我们很多人都知道，2016年都记住了基多这个城市。我们召开了一个人居论坛，你们基多是在弹性方面有非常优秀的项目，所以我希望您能和我们分享一下你们的成功经验。好，我现在能共享一下我的屏幕吗？可以的，谢谢。如果您看到的话，可以跟我讲一声吗？好的，我们已经看到了，非常感谢，太棒了。好了，我开始了。首先，非常感谢邀请我多次发言，让我有机会可以和大家分享一下基多是我们所进行的项目，还有我们的经验。我先说一下我们如何在这个面临着许许多多挑战的城市里面建立弹性的。那么一开始，我想让大家了解一些概念。第一个就是系统思考，它基本上就是包括我们要想一下各个系统如何的影响对方，以及想一下这些系统之间有什么重叠的地方，以及他们每一个的反馈如何。第二个呢，就是建设弹性，如何使得我们这一些项目呢能够非常好的管理到其他的一些项目，让各个项目能够具有很好的一个弹性的能力。首先，先给大家一个概念，基多是一个什么样的城市呢？它 它是一个人口非常多元化的城市。我们现在有很多移民来自委内瑞拉，因为是由于移民的原因，他们来到我们这里。我们的文化非常丰富，我们的生物多样性非常多啊，还有我们各一种地形的多样性。我们有火山，我们有河谷等等多种各样的地貌。但同时呢，我们还有很多挑战，例如在社会和经济的这些挑战等等。所以，我们如何克服这些困难、各种各样的危机呢？首先，第一个方法就是想到，我们是一个非常年轻的城市，我们有很多年轻人。实际上，我们有60%的年轻人，他们都是失业的。当然有这个新冠肺炎影响的一部分的原因，还有性别在就业方面的一个不平等的，还占20%，他们的收入相差20%。我们想到的其中一个办法，建设弹性，就是让我们的食品经济作为发展的一个基石。让大家都能够接触相关的这些培训，能够成为就业大军的一员，因为这个是我们的支柱产业，这是我们一个基本的方针和策略。为了做到这一点，我们首先要明白一下基多的这个食品系统是怎么运作的。我们先看一下我们的这个自然资本、人员资本还有社会资本等等，要对自己的这些各种各样的资本有一个非常清晰的了解，我们才能很好的调配我们的资源。我们的食品生产是怎么样运作的？怎么样让我们的人员资本更好的参与到这个食品经济当中？而且这也和我们的社会资源有关。例如，每一个人他们离食品售卖的地点，他们距离多远啊？能不能很好的得到食品啊？等等。基本上呢，所有这些在城市里的基础设施，是有点弱的。我们的基础设施比较薄弱，很难面对一些比较严重的挑战。我们的食品生产也比较吃紧。还有这张图，大家可以看一下我们的食物系统是怎么样运作的。现在当然我们必须要说，基多的这个食品系统，这个粮食安全很令人担忧，它的食品系统运转也不良。我们为了让所有人都能够享受到发展的成果呢，必须要提升这个系统，对它进行升级。这个食物链呢，我很想说，在这个疫情之前，它已经非常的脆弱了，现在更加是弱。我们要意识到，我们国家我们尤其是这个城市里面有很多很肥胖的人，但是同时也有很多营养不良的人，所以它分配是非常不均衡，运作是很不良的这个系统。我看到很多城市他们在衡量自己的这个用 SDG 来衡量自己的时候，很多时候都会忽视食品这一环。而我们确实在这方面做了很多的这个研究和调整。
我们看一下整个地图，这个地图可以让我们看到基多的整个食品系统是怎么运作的。左边有一幅图展示的是那些处于弱势中的群体到底是如何获取食品的，比如这里有单亲母亲，还有由女性当家的家庭，他们处于非常糟糕的境地，他们需要获得更多的食品。右边这幅图展示的是营养不良的人，我们看一下这里的地图显示的情况是非常严重的，这些点代表的是这些人的密集程度。通过这样的分析，我们可以知道需要帮助的人在哪里。那我们看一下，对于我们的食品系统当前可以做哪些事情？在过去几年， 我们做这些事情，我们也知道哪一些实践或许可以带来好的结果，这些实践我们将持续下去。我们需要确保那些低收入家庭有足够的食品。粮食安全必须在我们这里得到解决。当前的新冠疫情下，粮食安全好像更难保障了。对于我们来说，我们需要去做更好的街区规划。我们有具体的街区规划参与项目，我们要收集各方的声音，看一下我们的街区到底如何更好的规划。而我们也有城市层面的农业发展规划，农业如果发展得更好，那食品保障也会更好做一些。在整个城市，我们会去看一下领导人有什么样的意愿，领导人必须有强烈的政治意愿来解决这些问题。在食品的分发和需要食品的这些弱势群体地理空间分布之间，我们要建立非常好的关联，这样才知道整个食品链从食品生产出来该运到哪儿去，该送到谁的手上。那么我们也有相应的社会契约，我们有一个项目叫 PAKU， 也就是基多食品公约。我们希望通过这样的形式，来让所有人知道我们的粮食安全当前还没有实现，还需要各方的共同努力。对于零售商来说，他们也可以扮演的角色是非常重要的。我们希望零售商可以在食品的提供或者说分发方面扮演非常重要的角色。我们还会有基多的食品银行，也就是食品救助站，这可以为那些最贫困的人口提供口粮。我觉得这非常重要。最后做一下总结，我们需要确保我们的城市在面对灾难时有足够的准备程度，在灾难之后可以更快的恢复。城市系统需要良好的管理，这样可以确保所有人都可以获得必要的产品和服务。否则，整个城市系统是没有正常运作的。我们需要有非常强的创造性和适应能力。在缺乏信息的非正规环境中，我们要和社区所有人员，特别是社区的领导者合作，这样信息才可以更好的流通。我们知道，在当前的信息社会中，并不是所有社区，并不是所有人都有获取信息的渠道。对于我们来说，我们就需要通过非常简单的，甚至说非常原始的方式，去与社区建立最直接的联系，从而向他们传递必要的信息。好的，非常感谢各位的聆听。其实我们做这些工作，并不是我们一己之力可以完成的，我们有很多的合作伙伴，非常感谢他们的支持，谢谢。谢谢。谢谢您讲的非常详尽，您着重讲了粮食安全问题。在当前的危机下，粮食安全确实在很多城市显得非常的紧迫。我看到你们对于食品的分发，对于食品的供给规划都有非常好的做法。在工业国家，其实有些城市也有这样的问题。在发达城市中，有一些贫困人口，他们也面临粮食安全问题。那可不可以问一下，在你们做的这么多事情中，有哪一些做法是最有效的，是最可能将食品快速的送到弱势街区以及弱势群体的？是不是有一些监管政策可以发挥非常好的作用？比如对于当地市场，需要推出一些监管和政策。农产品在销售过程中，是不是有一些详细的规则需要遵守，从而确保在生产层面上能够保障粮食安全？是的，我们有这样的政策和法规。在街区，我们也会对粮食有相应的储存政策。在正规市场上，其实我们要看一下策略到底该如何制定。其实市场的力量是不可忽视的。 在正规市场上，如果粮食的买卖可以更高效，那价格也可以更好的设置。而现在在我们这里，其实有非正规的市场，非正规市场就有很多难以控制的因素。对于我们来说，我们希望有更多的市场控制力，或者说对市场有更好的监管，才可以让食品更好的分配。好的，谢谢。您讲的话题非常非常重要。我知道有很多专家也有他们的经验可以分享，我们可以找时间进一步交流。时间有限，我们继续有请下一位演讲嘉宾，他是阿洛邦特，荷兰鹿特丹市副市长。有请。
I'm there. Thank you very much for inviting me. I would
感
like
谢主办方的邀请。
a more
我想来讲一下我们城市是如何制定相关的政策和措施来实现可持续发展的。当然，这里边会涉及到很多方面，包括弹性、包括包容性等等。鹿特丹是荷兰第2大城市，但是荷兰本身是一个小国，因此我们的城市也不是非常大。应该说，鹿特丹现在是最大的城市吧，是你们国家最大的城市吧？我们和阿姆斯特丹之间有良性的竞争，可以说我们是兄弟城市。我们都有各自的长处。我们这里有欧洲最大的港口，从这方面或许我们比阿姆斯特丹强一点。好的，请稍等，我找一下我的 PPT。
Can you see my presentation?
大家能看到我的 PPT 吗？现在还看不到。
See.
请稍等，我调一下。
Probably right now.
Yeah, it's about.
现在可以了吧？好的，好的，谢谢，可以的。
The city of Rotterdam, and the next picture makes it
这是我们的城市，
our challenge.
大家可以看到我们的城市是什么样子的。这座城市非常美丽，但是这座城市也有很多问题。我们的城市处于三角洲，这里有一条非常大的河流。 气候变化对我们的威胁是非常明显的。住宅区地势非常低，在海平面之下，大概是海平面之下7米，这是非常低的地势。在过去很长一段时间，我们都是这样生存的，好像已经习惯了。而游客过来的时候，他们可能会对此感到非常吃惊。这么低的地势，城市居然可以存在这么久。 他们过来住酒店的时候，也尽量住在比较高的楼层，他们害怕水突然过来淹到了他们。气候变化给我们带来了很多很多头疼问题。在很多年时间中，我们经历了大洪水。大家看一下，这个洪水是由暴雨造成的。 这样的问题在未来如果不加控制，会愈发严重。有时候我们会面临干旱，特别是在夏天。大家看一下这里的热力地图，在城市中不同的区域温度不一样。红色部分是所谓的热岛，城市中的热岛效应非常明显。在这个地方，温度比其他地方 平均高5到7度。
especially during heat waves like last summer.
在热浪来袭的时候，特别是在夏天，这会带来很多问题。
Not used to
在我们
having
国家，我们还不太习惯在家里边装空调，这样的高温对人的健康影响非常大。10年前，我们开始一项项目，我们想通过这个项目，让我们的城市对气候有更强的抵御力。
have created public
去年
spaces like this. This is
我
called
们建了非常多的公共空间，比如有一些水公园或者说水广场。在公共空间，我们创建这样的设施，可以为人们提供非常好的去处。人们可以在这样的空间呼朋唤友，或者是静静的发呆。
next to that.
Yeah, this was the photo I was expecting.
Okay, so
刚才您讲的水广场就是这样的吧？是的，是的，我们将其称作水广场。不过刚才没有翻译，没有关系，我们继续往下看。我已经讲到这一页了。
other parts of the program.
这一页是我们项目另外一部分。10年前，我们的城市与现在有明显的不同。
A lot of steel and concrete, but a lack of green. And
当时我们的城市主要是灰色的，有很多钢筋混凝土，绿色是严重缺乏的。那时我们就开始大量植树，我们希望为城市带来更多的绿荫。再看一下，我们种了很多的树和其他绿色植物。另外，在屋顶上，我们也希望有更多的绿色。
garden created.
通过这样的方式，我们可以创造很多可呼吸的公共空间。
But also,
在屋顶的利用方面，我们想了很多办法。很多屋顶被用作缓冲区域，在大雨来临的时候，可以对雨水有缓冲作用。刚才我说的这种广场，其实也可以缓冲雨水。 这里大家看到的是一场会议，这是我们举行的气候变化减缓和适应会议。我们想拿出最好的方式来应对气候变化，最好的方式应该是可以预防气候变化进一步带来恶果。我们希望各利益官方都可以坐在一起来想一下，我们的城市可以如何在气候弹性方面做得更好。气候弹性是非常重要的，和我刚才说的气候抵御力是同样的意思。在鹿特丹，我们签订的当地的气候协定，这种协定是在市政府和其他的利益官方之间签订的，这里面包括企业、非企业组织以及民众社会代表。我想这样的方式是非常有意义的，大家都认识到自己是城市的一份子。我们的气候协定有非常明确的主要目的，那就是在未来10年中将二氧化碳排放量减少50%。
我们主要的优先项目就是让这个工业区变得越来越干净。例如，我们把这个煤矿基地呢改成风车，以及加大对我们工业的一个教育。
in our ports area.
以及把我们的这些海港地区变得更加的干净，少点用那些污染的能源。那么下一个呢，就是用更可持续的方式来为我们的建筑物供暖。
Natural gas.
现在在荷兰，我们用很多的天然气。
Now are
我们
replacing
现在
natural gas heating
正在把天然气的供暖呢改成 使用
Now,
废物
a lot of
燃
heat
料，
is literally
这样可以
wasted
很好的利用我们这个废品， 那么
into
我们就可以防止这些废品呢污染到其他的地方，还有污染到大气等等。
from the
我
industrial
们
area
建立了很多管道，它穿过了我们城市的这些工业区，这样能够最大程度的利用这个供暖，既可以通到这个工业区，也可以通到人们居住的地方。
as possible. Actually, we
这就是我们如何使清洁能源得到一个非常可行的用途，让所有人都能够从中受益。 而且我们还在整个城市各个地方都放了很多太阳能板，已经40%的鹿特丹的这个民居呢，楼顶都已经装上了太阳能板。
the fourth priority is to
那么第4个优先项就是创造一个非常灵活的交通系统，不仅仅是为汽车还有电动车创造这个灵活的交通系统，而且还为很多步行的还有骑自行车的人创造一个更加好的交通系统。老实说，我们如果和鹿特丹、阿姆斯特丹相比的话，我们产出的这些废物还有排放还是相当多的。阿姆斯特丹比我们更加绿色一点，他们的排放还更少一点。但是我希望我们鹿特丹在未来几年呢能够有所改善。现在在全世界还有全欧洲很多城市都往这个方向发展，我们都创造更多的空间、更多的自行车道，来让人们绿色出行。那么最后，
we also focus on
我们同时还把注意力集中到一个循环经济的转型，让经济变得更加绿色、更加具有循环性和可持续性。我们在这方面的优先项呢，也是减少食物的浪费。现在其实我们有30%到40%的食物都是被浪费掉的。如果我们能够控制住这个食物浪费呢，我们能取得很大的成果。
in Rotterdam that's a small company or it used to be a small
我
company.
们现在推动很多这些中小公司、食品的公司，他们可以变得越来越大，他们招募很多年轻人来更好的使用这个被浪费的食物，用这些食物的垃圾还有被浪费的食物，让它变成能源。例如这些芒果，大家看到这张图片上的，
In this fruit ladder and fruit
我
ladder
们可以把这些芒果呢变成做床啊，还有做鞋子啊等等原料。
the future
那么这
of,
一种的
of
公
our
司，我希望是我们城市的一个未来。
this energy transition and the aim to make
那么除了这种能源的一个升级和改造转型呢，
other challenges. For
我
example,
们还面对着其他挑战，例如如何把我们的城市变得在网络上更加具有弹性，更加具有抵御黑客的能力。
so we become vulnerable for that.
因为现在这个问题日益突出，在全球都是如此。能源的转型，同时也带来了社会上的一些挑战，
Jobs are lost
例如
and
社会上的一些工作岗位流失了。
have the goal to make our
当然，我们同时也需要把我们的社会变得更加的在社会层面上有弹性，让这个就业率的问题能够得到解决。尤其是现在面临的新冠肺炎这个疫情，现在我们的经济社会都面临着很大的问题。
all this crisis along we
那么所有的这些危机，
to combat in
面对着我们的时候，我们都想着努力的去克服。我们设计出了很多项目把它克服，其中有一个最突出的叫做鹿特丹弹性计划。
Rotterdam Green Deal.
那么在这个项目当中，我们加大对电动汽车的一个投入，而且把我们的电动系统这个供电系统更加的智能。 提供更多的智能充电服
electricity is
务。
not needed in other places in the network,
假
and
如说在这个网络当中，我们知道哪一些部分、哪一些地区它用电没有那么多，那么它就把那一部分的电放过去，需要的用电量多的地
even
区。
the electric cars can be used as a battery.
而且我们的电动车呢，甚至电动车自己它还可以自己成为一个电池，把它的电反充到去一些用电量比较大的地区，这就是我们一个非常智能的一个设计。
So this is the resilient
这
strategy
就是我们的一个弹性项目。
green deal, and the investments
我们把
made
它贯彻到每一个
in
地
the
区的
green
这个
deal
层面
and
上，
our
让每一个地区他们都能够有自己的特色。
create more
我们同时也能够创造更多的就业岗位，减少失业率。
that are lost, for example, in
我们努力的希望创造更多的就业岗位，能够弥补之前因为转型还有新冠肺炎失去的那些工作岗位。 我们还在努力的用一些新的产业来取代一些旧的产业，这就是其中一个案例了。
the biggest wind turbine in
这张
the
图
world,
展示的
which
是
is now built in
我们这个全世界最大的一个风力供电公司，
are experimenting with this windmill, which is
这位是来自通用电气公司的一名员工，他在检测我们的这个有70米高的这些风车里面的一个情况。这些风车它们的供电能力非常强，
turbine in the world, and we are hoping
是世
that
界上最大的。我们希望，如果我们这些创新的努力能够成功的话，我们的这些风力供电呢，将会得到推广，能够在北海地区也得到推广，因为在北海地区我们有很丰富的风力资源。
the city that builds and maintains the wind
让
turbine.
我们这些城市呢，更好的维护这些风力发电机，让他们服务于我们的城市。
Because of course we
当然
want to become a more resilient
我
city.
们的城市只在变得更加具有弹性。如果想成功的话，我们必须要在所有的这些转型当中都要非常的小心，非常的努力。当然，主要来说，我还会认为这是一个很大的机遇。这个机遇可以帮助我们克服目前由于新冠肺炎导致的经济危机。我们有很多挑战，有很多转型需要我们去做，所以我们也有很多项目正在进行当中。我希望我们的城市变得更加智能，更加的具有包容性，更加具有弹性。
healthy and pretty city. Thank you very much.
当然，也是绿色的和健康的一个城市。非常感谢，感谢您精彩演讲，阿诺。您很详尽的向我们介绍了鹿特丹这个美丽的城市。
Us very good illustrations of
我们
the different
刚才欣赏到了这个城市的一个美景，还有它的那些了不起的项目。那么听完之后，我想到第一件事就是，
aspects that you touched upon so
你
many
刚才提到了非常多的方面，尤其是你们本地的一个经验。可能鹿特丹也可以成为像
by
像
sharing
Shepherd 一样
further
成为国际范例新城的一个伙伴。你们可以提供很多有益的经验给 IGMC。当我刚才在听您的这个展示之前呢，我对鹿特丹的一个印象就是，它能够为港口这些船提供很多的电力，所以鹿特丹港口那些船呢，他们不需要燃烧煤还有化石燃料，他们直接使用这个风力给它的电力就可以了，非常能源能效非常高，非常合理的利用绿色能源。所以鹿特丹呢，也可以与其他城市分享它的一个成功经验，通过 IGMC 的这个网络， 可以很好的让其他城市受益。我希望，当我们克服了新冠肺炎之后，鹿特丹也可以成为下一年可能没有正式的一个会议的一个主办方吧。我觉得这是一个非常好的机会。我也非常希望，你们的这些创新的一个范例呢，还有各种各样的经验，能够很好的记录下来，教一下其他的城市怎么做。非常感谢。
A little bit. Thank you, Ralph, and you brought
感谢您。
I would look forward to working with.
我们非常希望能够和鹿特丹进行合作。拉尔夫，正如刚才拉尔夫说的，
global action.
加入到我们这个全球的合作当中。非常感谢你，何莲律师。那么我们还有20分钟，我们依然有，不好意思，遇到一些网络通讯的问题。那么接下来我想邀请 Kelly Wang 女士。王金英博士，他是碧桂园控股有限公司海外事业部副总经理。你们有些人可能不了解这个碧桂园，碧桂园它是在中国非常大的一个房地产开发商，它的投资非常的多元化，他们在非常多的领域都做得非常优秀，而且他们的业务不仅仅在中国，还拓展到海外很多地区。非常感谢您，王金英博士，您能够为我们进行展示吗？我们非常期待您的展示。
Thank you very much.
非常感谢。
Thank you, Mr. Rocker, and we are all the friends, and
非常感谢。
Great to see you again.
很高兴再次见到各位。
This time, we see that online. It is
那么我们这个公司呢，就是碧桂园公司，然后我们现在有这个森林城市的项目。
I would like to share with you our.
我想和大家分享一下我们在建立这个森林城市可持续以及弹性的森林城市方面的经验。那么我的展示将会有6部分组成，首先是森林城市的一些基本信息，还有我们项目的地点，还有森林城市的愿景，我们的发展以及回顾，还有可持续以及弹性。那么碧桂园在1992年首创，它在2007年呢，在香港证券交易中心上市了。碧桂园一直在支持着中国的新城镇化项目，那么它也是全球的一个绿色生态智能城市的一个推动者和建立者。它是一个福布斯全球500强公司。它现在它分别在福布斯在财富500强排147名，还有在全球500强上市公司排111名。不好意思，我们现在好像由于这个通讯的问题，听王博士听的不是非常清晰。对，王博士的连接不是非常清晰，这个信号不太好。
可不可以调整一下？可不可以调整一下网络连接？
Okay, I will try.
请稍等，我试一下。问题在于网络连接，可不可以再尝试一下连接？
Can you make a new connection and we speak to you?
可不可以重新建立连接？
Okay,
可以先断开，再连接一下。
Okay,
尝试一下。没问题。几分钟之后再回来。
Okay.
好的。
That brings us not yet to the end of the presentations, but I'd like to invite the
有请嘉宾评论员来分享他们的见解。我想，我们有3位嘉宾评论员，是不是？这3位都是非常有经验的。我希望3位嘉宾评论员都可以说简洁一点，因为我们还有一个演讲。首先有请陆斌，他是全球人居环境论坛规划设计委员会委员，国际景观规划行业协会副主席。能听到吗？可以听到我的声音吗？可以听到。好，非常好。非常感谢主办方的邀请，有机会参加这场论坛，我真的非常高兴。在这里，我听到了很多专家的分享，他们真知灼见，真的让我受益匪浅。当前，全球都面临很多的威胁和挑战，在城市发展过程中，我们想实现什么样的未来？城市应该更有弹性，应该更健康、更安全。对于我们来说，我们想建未来的理想之城，应该是多层的，有多层的连接性，在社会、经济等发展方面都有多层的连接性。未来的理想之城应该是有非常完善的生态基础设施，连接性越好，城市就可以为我们带来越多的好处。我们也需要当地层面有更多的努力，当地的人和当地政府都应该通力合作。另外，当地政府和国家政府也需要做更多的努力，从而将绿色发展的理念更好贯彻下去。另外，在发展智慧城市方面，也需要有更多的法规。绿色发展和智慧城市等等各方面的一些见解和指导原则，都应该有相关的法规政策来支撑，这样才可以带来更大的影响力。其实，我们之前对此有很多的考虑。在马德里，我们有一个概念叫马德里生命、马德里未来超级城市2040。我们当前会看一下城市到底可以如何去建立更好的连接。我们会有一个环状的构架，将我们的主要项目连接起来。城市中这些项目构成一个环状的架构，在整个城市范围内实现更广泛的城市、社会和自然连接。这里边会有非常好的交通设施，会有非常多的绿色空间。我相信我们在此方面的努力一定会有更多的成效。然而，这样的道路走下去，我们一定可能，或者说一定可以充分利用当前的资源，来创造更为美好的明天。对我们来说，我们一直在思考，我们当前对城市发展方向的理解是不是正确的。我刚才说的整合是非常重要的。那刚才说的未来理想之城，其实我们有一个更具体的说法，叫超级城市。在这样的超级城市中，会有非常多的层次，或者说有非常多的层面。我刚才说的多层，其实城市中的多层需要详细去分解。多层不仅是物理空间上的分层，也是各个行业以及城市发展不同维度之间的分层。而在当地政府和国家政府合作方面，我们需要具体的考虑不同城市的具体情况，以及国家层面的政策，到底如何去将绿色发展和智能或者说智慧城市的相关倡议形成法规和政策。这需要有更多的智慧，只有能够形成相应的法规和政策，我们才可能在绿色发展过程中真正带来具体的结果，否则一切都是空中楼阁。城市发展需要各方面的平衡， 所有的因素都需要去综合考虑。非常感谢各位的聆听。是的，对于你们来说，面向未来，需要让城市建设得更好。你们可能会对城市当前的一些设施进行再规划、再设计，甚至是重新建造。在未来要做的事情很多。接下来有请尹明玉，他是思普设计 SPD 景观设计总监，有请。
大家好，非常荣幸可以参与到这次的一个论坛的活动，特别是在这样一个特别特殊的时期。首先呢，要感谢论坛组委会的精心安排，也要感谢各位嘉宾的精彩分享。这次疫情呢，的确也让我们开始重新审视我们城市的这样的一个人居环境。在今天呢，有一位嘉宾的一个说的一些现象，其实给了我非常深的一个触动。他有提到说，在纽约，我们不同街区的新冠疫情的感染程度不同，他们呢可能是由于我们的开放空间和体育设施的这样空间的这个不同导致的。这一点呢，给我非常深的一个触动。的确呢，在这次疫情期间，它凸显了我们城市绿色开放空间的价值。我们城市的开放空间呢，它不仅仅是传统的作为我们涵养水源、植被、保护动物迁徙的这样的一个生态场所，也不仅仅呢再只是一个美化城市风貌的这样的一个装饰性的空间，在一间的这样的一个功能，也是作为了一种弹性的、可以被弹性利用的这样的一个应急避难场所。它提供的这一些户外的空间呢，可以作为在当室内空间被限制使用之后呢，人们可以在室外进行这样的一个安全的运动的这样的一个提高人类抵抗力的这样的一个活动场所。同时呢，它具有疗愈的这样的一个植被和空间场所呢，也唤醒了人们内在的这样的一个愉悦以及情绪的这样的一个放松。因此呢，我们觉得在这次疫情期间，其实我们城市中绿色开放空间的价值得到了一个更大层面的一个凸显。因此呢，就像我们作为一名一线的一个设计师呢，我们也会在未来的一个城市设计规划以及景观规划中，更加的将我们城市的这样的一个绿色开放空间的这样的一个布局，进行更深入的这样的一个设计。同时呢，在我们未来城市更新的项目中呢，也会更多的植入这样的一个绿色开放空间，会根据我们 IGMC 的这样的一个理念和标准呢，去建设这样一种包容的、弹性的这样的一个城市。主持人，我这儿结束。
Thank you very much, and we listen to the.
非常感谢。下面有请下一位嘉宾评论员韦明雷，他是广西保利置业集团营销总监，有请。
非常感谢我们的一个全球人居奖的评委组，然后也是很荣幸能够参加本次的这么一个人居论坛的一个盛典，然后主要分享一下2点主要的一个内容。整个南宁市就是在目前整个定位为整个北部班的一路一带的一个核心的一个城市，是中国东盟的一个在政策下的一个引导一个首府城市。我们的一个北部湾经济的一个核心枢纽，所以说未来在整个全球化来讲，它属于说一个面向东盟的一个桥头堡。那我们广西保利置业集团在对于这么一个第一战略位置的一个占有的一个远见，对于每一次寸土地的这么一个敬畏，在开发的时候，对于整个自然环境景观，包括我们对于整个空间的一个利用，就达到了一个极致的这么一个产品。我们的一个保利全员班，它从空间的一个尺度上来讲，就产品的一个增重率高达了60%。在整个产品来讲，它属于说在整个全国吧都是绝无仅有的这么一个产品。它在空间的一个利用，将我们的80%的这么一个空间利用率达到了一个极致。在这个本次的这么一个疫情的期间，大家应该也都待在家里，所以说我们在整个 产品研发的时候，对于可持续发展的一个空间，包括它的规划，还有它的一个绿色建筑、智能社区这方面，能够满足我们在家待的每一分钟都没有这么的一个这么的一个无聊，这是我们秉承的对土地的一个敬畏，对于我们的整个自然的一个尊崇，还有文化的敬仰。保利置业它是一个整个全球化的这么一个地产开发公司，所以说我们对整个开发它是遵从着我们以自然共生的天造一半我造一半这么一个理念进行整个产品的研发，也是给整个社会带来更多的一个能抵抗整个我们的自然环境风险，包括所有的这么一个保值的这么一个产品。好，主持人，我这边的一个发言。非常感谢。
Thank you very much, Mr. Wei.
非常感谢魏先生的分享。不好意思，几位嘉宾评论员的时间都很有限，因为我们还有一个演讲。现在我们再次有请王继林博士，现在可以了吗？现在可以听到了吗？好了，我继续，不好意思啊。我继续。我们在马来西亚有一个项目叫森林城市，2014年开始做的。再看一下项目的状况。这项目位于马来西亚柔佛巴鲁，是由我们碧桂园开发的。碧桂园在这个项目开发过程中，就是也和相应的合作伙伴成立了合资公司。在规划的过程中，我们会详细的考虑当地的具体状况。景观建筑设计由全球设计公司 Sasaki 完成，而该项目的具体建造由 Giant Leap Construction 公司完成。
It changed to Singapore and covering eastern and
来看一下这里的项目位置。
It is located near the port of PPP.
它位于亚太经合组织经济圈以及东盟经济圈之内。对于东盟国家来说，这个项目离他们距离非常近，2到4小时的飞行距离就可以到达。另外，对于大多数亚太经合组织国家来说，6到8小时的飞行就可以到达。在这个过程中，我说在设计的过程中，我们非常重视整个项目的绿色，我们需要通过我们的设计来尽量减少项目带来的污染。我们希望在未来几十年，城市化的趋势和全球人口的增加带来的种种威胁，可以更好的应对。我们有动力通过这样的绿色和智能项目的开发，来创造更好的生活方式和生活环境，从而提高社区的生活水平，并创造更具弹性的经济发展模式。这可以更好的解决我们当前面临的很多环境问题。这里有些图片展示森林城的建筑进展，我快速的讲一下。
那么我们有6个基本要素，就这个可持续的经济、可持续的空间设计、可持续的建筑等等。对于弹性呢，我们有这个智慧城市的弹性，还有生物多样性和环境的弹性，以及社区的弹性。这个一个全市范围内的一个发展项目呢，他认为，如果我们没有一个可持续的经济增长的话，就没有可能有一个可持续的城市规划。那么这样来说，森林城市它对于这个商业领域来说是非常具有选择性的，它只有选择那些最有能力的那些公司，他们才能够拉进我们的这个项目当中。 我们有8个关键的领域被带了进来，也就是 tourism and MICE， 还有 regional headquarters， 还有 emerging technology 等等这些公司，还有可持续的这个空间设计。我们建立一些，例如空中花园等等这一些比较具有创新的项目，让我们变得更加的绿色。还有一个灌溉的系统也是非常创新、非常绿色的。那么，我刚才也提到，我们有这个3维的一个绿色结构，还有合理的利用我们的水资源，同时我们能够降低能源的一个消耗，还有合理的利用这个水资源，减少垃圾和浪费。我们运用一个多维的交通设计。同时，在这个项目当中呢，我们还使用这个 IBS， 也就是工业化的建筑系统，让这个建筑变得可持续。使用这个 IBS 系统，我们能够很好的监控我们所建造的这些房屋，它满足各种各样的要求，也满足我们联合国17个 SDG 的一个发展要求。那么 IBS 已经是被证明的，可以降低能耗的，可以降低污染、降低排放的这么一个系统，而且可以降低我们建材的一个使用。它在2017年以来已经开始投入使用了。在这个智慧城市的弹性方面，它包括有6大点，分别是智能家居还有可以看到的更加好的一个社区管理等等。我们使用各种各样的方式来进行评估，来监控它的一个成绩和进度。同时，我们城市也马来西亚投入了大概有1200万马来西亚的货币来投入到这个社区的改善当中，因为社区也是我们非常关注的一个点，社区的弹性也是很重要的，还有得到社区的认可。我们这个森林城项目非常高兴得到了当地政府的一个认可，把我们加入到了政府这个廉价住房计划当中，我们感觉到非常的荣幸。今年在这个新冠疫情爆发以来，我们依然坚持推进我们的计划，我们捐赠了非常多的口罩，还有很多医疗物资来帮助当地抗疫。那么弹性的这个森林城市，它包括有3个阶段，我们预测它分别有这3个阶段。那么第一个阶段呢，它就是2014到2019年作为第一个阶段。森林城市它用了很多环境方面的一个措施来促进我们的发展，设计一个全面的环境的一个评估体系，来监控所有我们的这些工程项目，大型的工程项目，以避免它们对环境造成一个负面的影响。还有投入了超过2000万的马来西亚货币，来进行一个土地征用的一个筛选计划。这个过程也是让这个过程变得更加的绿色，更加的可持续。我们同时也监控水资源的一个使用，我们还利用一些例如卫星技术等等，能很好的监控这个水体它的健康。我们还和当地的这些环境咨询机构进行合作，更好的保护环境。同时，我们还建立了一个环保的下水道体系。 它处理污水是非常有效率的。那么到了第二个阶段，它是2020到2023年这个阶段。我们这个绿色的森林城市，我们有一个博物馆，它在2020年9月的时候就打开了，它接纳了很多各种各样的游客，而且也进行了很多的展出，让人们认识我们这个森林城市它如何保护我们的生态系统，而且让游客有一个非常沉浸的经验，非常沉浸的一个感受。第二个阶段呢，同时也包括我们使用非常高端的这个 VR 科技，让大家更直观的感受我们这个森林城市它是如何保护生态环境的。我们还会建立一些热点，非常有意思的热点，让人家来感受这个森林城市。在未来，也就是2023年以及之后，我们希望能够更好的参与到城市的这个生态规划当中，让城市变得越来越环境友好。这也是我们碧桂园一直以来努力致力于要做的事情。但最后，我们非常希望与全球所有的各方来打造弹性城市，来一起分享一个非常健康的星球。谢谢各位，非常感谢王博士。王博士，您的精彩演讲让我们了解了非常多的细节，我们了解到了碧桂园一直参与的所有的项目的进展，以及你们面对的各种各样的挑战。我知道现在很多人已经意识到了，碧桂园公司它是非常慷慨的，它在中国以及世界其他地方，例如马来西亚等等，进行了非常大规模的捐赠，还有帮助私营企业来度过这一次新冠疫情的难关。所以我们对碧桂园公司也是非常感激的，你们是非常慷慨的，非常感谢你们，谢谢，谢谢。你们有独特的优势，你们能够建立非常独特的城市，把所有最新的技术糅合起来，在设计还有建造等等环节都运用到你们绿色的技术，以及让所有人都能够参与，不让任何一个人落下，增加就业率，增加这个就业岗位，还有让人们生活得更加幸福。那么由于时间关系呢，我们可能把这些详细的一些讨论推到往后推了。那么现在我想邀请这些评论员来进行一些评论或者问问题。当然了，我同时很喜欢几个事情，我从来不擅长几个事情一起做。我希望问问题的时候可以一个一个问，一个一个解答。那么，因为我们现在时间已经超时了，下一组的讲者，我想对你们说声对不起，因为我们拖了一点时间。那么刚才我们非常高兴，刚才收获非常多，听到了很多精彩的演讲。那么大家接下来的话不要走开，接下来讨论也是非常精彩。那么何莲女士，对于我们来说可能任务完成，但对于你来说任务还没有完成，您要继续主持这个会议。好，我现在想分享一下我的这个屏幕，这是下一节的议程。我想感谢所有的参与者，我将会用电子邮件和大家后续进行联系，也会在未来不用太久，我们还可以继续进行我们的讨论，一起讨论我们未来将会遇到的各种各样的挑战。非常感谢，非常感谢，我们好期待接下来能够继续和大家见面。好的。 这就是我们下一节的议程。
So in this room, we're gonna have 1 hour and a
大
half.
家可以看到，我们将会休息1.5个小时。如果大家想继续听的话，可以去 A 会议室。这个 ID 大家已经有了，会议的 ID 如何加入，大家也可以看一下这个议程表。然后在1个半小时之后呢，可以回到我们这个会议室 B 里面。
Sorry, tell me how can I change room?
我能够了解一下怎么样改变我这个房间吗？女士们、先生们。
First ID.
如果大家想去会议室 A 的话，可以看一下这个 CRA room 的 ID， 输入这一串字符，输入这一串数码就可以登录那个会议室 A 了。
Hi, yes.
Good morning.
Yeah, good afternoon for me.
Okay, okay.
How are you?
I'm fine. Just having a morning coffee and it's still dark outside.
Yes. Yes, for you.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Please set us as interpreters, please. 请会议的主持人能不能把我们设为议员呢？不好意思，请把曾祥兴和同传议员邱泽林设置为同传议员，谢谢。Sorry for the interruption.
这钱呢？这个东西是吧？啊？啊。
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This session will be 5 minutes late. I'm sorry for that. It will begin in 5 minutes. Thank you.
我们将会在5分钟内开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to session 5B, Strategies for Fighting Epidemics, Adaptable Buildings, and Resilient Cities. I'm very pleased to introduce to you the moderator, Mr. Mohanty, Mr. Chaudhry Mohanty, Coordinator of Environment Program from UNCRD. Mr. Moderator, are you here?
Yes, Christine.
Shall we begin?
Yes. We are supposed to begin now.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. So it's a 90-minute session, just to check from now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
you so much, Christine. Let me first congratulate the co-organizers of the 15th annual session of the Global Forum on Human Settlements. It is also a great privilege for me to moderate this session on strategies for fighting epidemics, adaptable buildings, and resilient cities. I am from UNCRD, UN Center for Regional Development, which is part of UN Department for Economic and Social Affairs, UN-DESA. I'm stationed in Japan, in Nagoya. While cities are striving to be smart, resilient, and sustainable in the era of 2030 Agenda, the SDGs, New Urban Agenda, the Paris Climate Agreement, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, cities are also facing a number of challenges, number of questions. How do buildings, communities, urban spaces, and their functions adapt to the needs of citizens and the markets in the face of climate change, increasing frequency and magnitude of natural disasters, and also the health emergencies like this COVID-19 pandemic? And the challenge is, how can the buildings be adaptable and cities be safer and more resilient and more sustainable? You know, buildings are integral part of the cities. And what policies, technological interventions, institutional arrangements should be in place to achieve them, means to make the buildings adaptable and cities safer, more resilient, and more sustainable. With this background, let us begin the session. And we have altogether 6 presentations and 3 expert interventions, commentator interventions. And let me start here without actually wasting any time. Let us go to the first presentation by Dr. Alexander Jacquenau, who is the head of the Urban Strategies and Planning Institute for Housing and Urban Development Studies Erasmus University, Rotterdam. So, Alexander, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope my video is visible. Everyone?
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. First of all, of course, thank you very much again.
Let me remind one thing. Excuse me.
Yes.
So we will have 10 minutes presentation for each.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm aware. So I have till 59. Thanks so much for being again part of the DFHS that has become like a constant in my busy life, and has given me the opportunity also to reflect on what is happening throughout the world. And I think, of course, this year is a special year in many ways, starting with that we will have it online, which might be also a possibility to have a broader outreach and have more people being able to join. We had very engaging GFHS in Addis last year, previously in Bangkok, in New York. So I'd like to focus straightforward on resilient cities. I'm also an architect about adaptable buildings and resilient green buildings, definitely with the other speakers. I'd like to point out a few things about the resilience of cities. And I think it's also a common issue in times of this uncertainty that we have an increased diversity of versions regarding our Earth. And we've been listening to several very good, very engaging versions of what the future could look like. But of course, we also have to check the reality balance. How can the urban future look like, and what is the condition for being more resilient? How can cities be actually more resilient, which is not solved, and it hasn't been solved before the pandemic, and now we have to talk about it with including pandemics. So there is a certain crisis, or not a certain, a very strong general global crisis, which really puts at stake what the new normal could be for urban planning. But before I discuss the possibilities, I would like to point out a few things. And the first thing I always have to point out is that as an urban planner, I have to tell you that urban planners do not design the city. The city is not built by urban planners. The city is built by a multitude of externalities, internalities, by very different stakeholders that all come together. So the urban development that we per se consider as being done by the government, or being done intentionally by the planning departments, etc., is just a little subcategory of what urban planning, urban development is about, because urban development is happening with much more than just the government or the institutions itself. There is other people involved. The unintentional developments, of course, also an important factor. Those things that we are not planning, that we don't like, but still are part of urban development. And of course, the pandemic is one of them. We also have to recall, as planners, that our discipline was actually, it emerged out of this very first, or not one of the first, but it emerged in a crisis situation in London when there was a cholera outbreak. So what happened was that in the 19th century London, the streets were completely overflooded with all kinds of wastewater, brown and black waters, and it had then contributed to a huge outbreak of the pandemic, of the cholera pandemic at the time. So then planning came in, and planning was supposed to solve it by providing infrastructure, by changing the city really. And this brought planning into a category of hygienic and health measurement. However, we have also to remind us that the COVID-19 is not a waterborne disease like the cholera is. So we have a lot of examples now discussed regarding, we change our cities, we change our outlays after the cholera pandemic, but the COVID is not water-based disease, so it will not have the same impact. It will not have the same ways to fight it. The resilience towards this kind of pandemic is not very easily responded to by a spatial replanning, restructuring, etc. So there's a big difference to this. And the Spanish flu would be more had much more victims than the cholera in the cholera outbreaks in the 19th century, the Spanish flu had not left any trace of urban decline in the layer cities. So when we want to understand what could be a resilience response towards the pandemic, the current pandemic, I think cities are really struggling at this moment in finding the right way of solution. And you can see that by the global diversity in responses, which is striking. Every city comes up with different ways to lockdown, separation, not using of public areas, public transport, etc. But this is very emergent. This is very immediate crisis response. The crisis response, of course, is not what will last forever. And then there is another problem, which is that everything that is in favor of the virus is actually part of what is a city. And that is just to put out two of those, diversity and density. Diversity and density are very important features of urban life and urban development and economic development in urban areas, etc. Because we need both. We need closeness, proximity to the markets, to people, the individuals. We need a diversity of people. We need to have, that's why I'm showing this pictures sometimes. We have open systems. These are welcoming and bringing out, so they are in a bigger context. They are complex in the way they would interact with their surroundings, with other cities, etc. So we have to have open adaptive systems in cities. Cities are open adaptive systems, but that also means that we have an influx of people and then also of viruses, and we have an outflux of viruses. So if you think of this picture in terms of economic goods or financial flows, it's a wonderful picture. If you think of it in terms of pandemics, it's not such a nice image. So we have to be very careful about what we are talking about if we want to change development to something that is maybe less open or more constrained in these adaptiveness of the city. So if you understand cities as open systems, we also have to understand that they are non-deterministic. We do not know, we cannot predict what will come in the near future, especially now with a lot of changes happening in all our areas, social, economic, environmental. We have to be prepared that whatever is coming up might be not the new normal, because we are not going back to something. I think we will have to look for a new stage. There was actually very promising lectures, very promising presentations yesterday and today regarding the possibilities we have, the opportunities that we are given by this current very severe crisis. But we also have to think about how strongly we need to get, for example, the economy going on, the traveling getting back to normal, which means that we will definitely give less priority to climate change. And as I'm going into my last 2 minutes, I would like to jump to two very quick, because I was asked by Mohanty to provide an idea about the possibility of institutional, technical, and political changes or interventions. So we've learned that emergent features, whatever comes out of an interaction between two agents in the city, can be, for example, an institution like a party group, a department, planning department, because there is need for planning. And nowadays, this is completely hampered by having to deal with one priority only, which is the coronavirus. So if you think about development from the perspective of what Mohanty was asking for, of having values, institutions, and processes working with each other and having an interaction with each other, we have to first say that there is a multitude of institutions. So maybe not each and every institution at this moment is able to respond, which makes it more difficult to prioritize, to have our actions clearly outlined. And more even in terms of values and our policy interventions. We have now, and this is the only moment when we can really discuss this openly, is we have now to decide which one is more important. We've seen that economic growth has been prioritized over green economic, green development, green infrastructure, ecological, environmental features in the city. Now we have to see if the economic growth even outweighs the importance of social value. If this would be the fact, we would have a severe problem. But maybe we can state that now, when social development is at stake versus environmental issues, resilience issues, which one do we give preference? Is humanity really free of being environmental bound? Can we be without nature? No, we cannot. So I think the only way to get this balance right is to think about nature, environmental, and resilient features have to be more important to us than economic features, while social development, they are integrative to all. I wanted to talk a bit about the processes that we can find in the institutions, but I will just jump to my final, and I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alexander. Let us go to the next presentation by Dr. Zhu Tang, who is professor of Fudan University. He's a senior scientific advisor of the Program Office, International Research for Disaster Risk Reduction. Dr. Tang.
Thank you very much. Good day, everyone. Thanks, moderator. Thanks, Chaudhry. Thanks, Christine. Give me the opportunity to share some idea with all of you. My topic is building a resilient city in the post-COVID-19 era towards the integrated urban climate, environment, and health services. Next slide. Yes, as all you know, there's some the important publication issued by World and by UNDR on the related to the assessment report. They all point out the risk generated by the interaction of complex human and natural systems are increasing its tendency for the systems reverberations. I call it a sort of a syndrome of the systematic risk. So, however, the pandemic of the COVID-19 has shown the world is not ready to deal with such a risk in the connectivity, which have affected people's life, living, and their production of activity. You can also find the second wave of the pandemic happened to show the ineffective dealing with this sort of risk in the connectivity. So what the resilient city looks like, especially in the new era, I think it might be appropriate from both physical and virtual infrastructure and capacity to be more prepared for the physical, social, economic challenges in the city. To address this challenge, it calls for urban readiness on systematic reverberations. I call it the syndrome of the risk interconnectivity. And it's adaptation and emergency response. We call it climate emergency right now. Here are some points for building urban resilience, but not limited to what I will mention, including science-based and integrated urban service may apply. In order to save time, I will provide more detailed the discrimination in a summary part about some point here. But I will mostly focus on some best practice and experience already being developed and implemented at a global level, national level, and community level. For example, as a UN action call for integrated sustainable planning for urban health requested by WHO, World Health Organization. And also UNDR developed disaster resilience scorecard for cities together with WHO, especially its health emergency disaster risk management component. So this disaster resilience scorecard for cities calls for an integrated approach to break the silo and risk management, including especially in the component of collaborate city governance, integrated planning, and response planning, etc. Other sort of achievement or progress made by international efforts, including as one of the examples is the international network for multi-hazard early warning system, supported by 21 international organizations, was established in May 2015 during the third World Conference on DR in Sendai, Japan. So INVIO is a sort of a global framework which can provide support to guide the development and implementation of the integrated urban services, as an example. Regarding the health effect of the climate change, which already been fully identified by IPCC through its assessment report, especially its fourth assessment report, chapter 8, health related. The science-based service related to the weather and the environment sensitive to disease and what its vulnerability has been identified, and also the tool and system have been developed at global level, regional level, and national level. Here, one of the examples to show the scientific achievement to identify the relationship between rapid weather variation, which affect the human immune system, and the impact on the influenza-like illness or influenza morbidity. As shown, such comparisons have been shown in the figure in US, China, Italy, and France. There's a clear, good relation between both of them. Another example to show the exposure and response relationship between PM10, PM2.5, and daily mortality in 652 global cities. This shows the clear relationship between the PM10, PM5 together with the daily mortality. The integrated approaches have been developed and demonstrated by relevant international programs, such as the weather and environment-related impact-based forecasting and integrated services developed by the MapAQ and IGAC as an example. And also integrated perspective approaches developed by the several international organizations for the driver to societal impact on climate and health. Another, the conceptual model for climate smart city has been demonstrated, including user interface for sustainable and health city. This concept module already been implemented at the global level by different international programs and at the national level. The user interface platform has developed a global framework on climate services at the global level, regional level, and national level has been identified and demonstrated. Here's one of the examples to show at the national level by using UK as an example to show the urban community response to airborne hazard weather climate events, to show the joint efforts between the National Weather Service and the National the Health Service Authority to interact with vulnerable groups. The operational framework at city level, by using Shanghai as an example, to develop integrated impact-based forecasting system. And it's a subsystem to show the impact to the health. For example, heat waves, influence of forecasting, children asthma, the impact to forecasting, and COPD for elder group, and bacterial food poisoning running the system and the door. Capacity development and symposium have been regularly organized to exchange the idea and achievement. So here the summary. At the policy level, I think it's necessary to develop a policy on planning and designing for controlling urban scale and population density. I want to just point out at the previous his introduction, and the policy for urban redundancy and flexibility and durability of the urban life safety and critical infrastructure system, and also the intercity co-design and co-planning for coordinated action are needed. The policy on enhancing effectiveness, efficiency, and the safety of the urban technical and industrial system and the process are also needed to increase urban energy efficiency and reduce urban environmental footprint. And also the policy on promoting sustained urban healthy lifestyle and prioritizing the walking as the preferred model of travel, and a strong risk settlement mechanism for the most vulnerable group are also needed. Regarding the technical the aspects, I think it's necessary to develop a strong digital networking supporting of new models of work at home and online shopping as a new common lifestyle in the city. And a strong integrated urban information system, just as I mentioned, mainly on the integrated urban service need to be developed to keep the city builder the risk informed for early response and for reducing infodemic. And also it's necessary to address the risk interconnectivity and its governance on climate environment health, release the cascading impact to social and economic development in the urban area. Last but not least, in the technical aspects, it's necessary to facilitate the development of the multi-hazard and impact information system and its services. Regarding to the institutional arrangement aspects, I think it's necessary to conserve and enhance the health of the natural system, especially in the urban and urban cluster area. And also it's necessary to develop a strong capacity on a community-centered or community-based governance for healthy community. And also necessary to develop a strong capacity in remote medical diagnosis and treatment. So this is the last slide. Particularly with the following three recommendations as a strategy in order to achieve safer, more resilient and sustainable building and cities as follows. I don't want to read in detail. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Tang, very clearly outlining the importance of the integrated urban services, science-based sustained integrated urban services to deal with concurrently, health epidemics like COVID-19, climate and natural disasters. And also you have outlined a number of areas for policy interventions, technological interventions and institutional arrangements. Our next presentation is by Dr. Ken Young, who is a well-known architect, ecologist, planner, and author, principal of TRIA, AMJA, and Young, Malaysia. Probably this is a university, so Christine can maybe correct. Okay, so Professor Young.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. The key factors I'm going to talk about today is the idea of resilience, biointegration, ecocentricity, infrastructure, constructed ecosystems, and ecosystem services. Resilience, I want to start because we're talking about resilience, so I should define, even just for myself, what resilience means, which is creating a sustainable future for human society, but not just for human society, for all species and environments in the planet. The second aspect is that resilience depends on effective biointegration of human society and the systems to natural systems. The third idea I want to present is ecocentricity, that all action and design must be based on the science of ecology. Next would be infrastructure, that action must be not just at the building level, but at the infrastructure level. We can't talk about cities without talking about infrastructure. And that what we should do, this is an objective, that we should design cities as what I call constructed ecosystems, which is cities based on the emulation and replication of ecosystem attributes. And finally, one of the ecosystem attributes is ecosystem services, which is what nature does for us at no cost to us. Now, let me just talk about resilience. Resilience has to do with adaptability, the adaptability to withstand or recover from unexpected action or impacts to the planet's natural systems. At the same time, it requires rapid adaptive corrective action to negative changes to natural systems to achieve positive outcomes. And this is very important. That means you have to be able to adapt, to take action, and that has to be quick, and it has to be corrective to negative changes. What we need, as you mentioned earlier on, is a global monitoring system. And so this is an example of a satellite system that we should monitor not just climate, not just health, but also the ecology of the planet. That means biodiversity, devastation to the ecosystems, effects on deforestation, depletion of soils, impacts on hydrology, and so forth. And we have the money for the system, but we should have the system set up as quickly as possible that monitors the ecology of the planet, and that there should be a response system as well, so that any effect or impacts on the ecosystem, any illegal activities that some people do should be reacted very quickly. Now, biointegration has to do with how we bring different parts of the systems together. My contention is that everything depends on effective integration. If we're able to integrate our human society and the systems with the natural systems in a seamless and with a seamless and benign way, there won't be any environmental impacts. And so we must learn how to integrate everything that we make, everything that we do, have to integrate our technology with the natural environment in a benign way. Now, this is a human being with prosthetic devices. It's a prosthetic arm, it's a prosthetic heart, it's a prosthetic hand, it's a prosthetic thigh, prosthetic knee. Now, the principle of prosthesis is that there is a host organism, which is the human body. And the prosthetic device is the artificial thing that we attach to it. And then everything depends on effective biointegration. Now, by analogy, our biosphere, our biogeochemical cycles, our natural systems is the host organism. The prosthetic device is a built system. the technology, the artifacts, the semi-artifacts like food, everything that we make and do as human beings. And so if we're able to achieve effective integration, there will be no environmental consequences. There will be no environmental devastation, no environmental impacts. And so biointegration is absolutely important. And to me, there are two ways of biointegration. One is physical, which is almost putting something one to the other. The other is systemic, where everything is linked and connected as a whole. Now, so this is a cause of environmental impairment. Ineffective integration, for instance, of our energy production, it makes emissions, and we just think that everything we make will go somewhere, but there's no somewhere, there's no way, because our planet is a closed system. And so, because of this, of the ineffective integration of for instance, in this example, of making energy and creating energy and emissions, and which are not integrated properly, that is cause of climate change, the cause of everything related to climate change, like bad health, poor health, to rising sea levels, and temperature, and so forth. And so, for instance, systemic, it's not so easy to be done, because if you look at this girl with an artificial arm, there are a lot of issues of integration of the arm with the whole body nervous system, with its cardiovascular system, with its nervous system. And so, and then there's the dangers of if you just connect to something artificial to something organic, the issues of getting septic. And so, we're a long way before we're able to achieve effective integration. But this is where we must focus our attention on. If we want to have resilient cities, we have cities which is free from diseases and COVID and so forth, we have to have effective integration. The next is ecocentricity. The contention is that all action and design must be based on the science of ecology, because we cannot be just based on energy, cannot be based on looking at ways, cannot be looked at incremental micro aspects, but look at it as a whole. And that's what ecology does. Ecology looks at the planet as a whole, and looks at localities as a whole, looks at the organic, the inorganic as a whole, the abiotic and the abiotic as a whole. Now, ecology sees the Earth as covered by this thin film called the biosphere. And the biosphere consists of ecosystems, which is actually defined by some ecologists as ecologists' model of nature, because an ecosystem of both communities of plants and animals and the physical environment integrating as a whole. Now, a lot of people talk about designing sustainable buildings, sustainable architecture, sustainable structures, but I contend that sustainability starts with designing the infrastructure. Now, a city has infrastructure and with buildings attached to it, and then most what architects do is to try and design sustainable buildings and green buildings, which is scattered throughout the whole city. But we should start with the infrastructure. What's the point of designing green buildings when the infrastructure itself is not green? And so the principle is that we should design sustainable buildings, starting with the sustainable infrastructure, so that whatever we build, that makes the city sustainable. So my contention is that do not think about sustainability in terms of buildings, or we think of sustainable infrastructure as sustainable, built environment with the infrastructure, because if the infrastructure is green, if the energy source is green, then everything else becomes green. But if the energy source is pollutes the environment, but you're making green buildings, then it's a totally useless exercise, because it makes total nonsense to design for a sustainable future. The water supply should be green. It should be not taking from the groundwater, but should be from natural sources. The sewage system should be green. The energy system should be green. The IT system should be green. So ecological design, a sustainable future, a resilient future, a sustainable cities should start from sustainable infrastructure. Now, what is a sustainable infrastructure? So I have four aspects that constitute a sustainable infrastructure. The first one is nature itself. nature is the base. Nature is the landscape as the infrastructure. The second is water. Now, even though water is part of natural systems, water has its own hydrological cycles. On top of that, a human society has its hydrological cycle. And that is human society. Human society means it's social systems, economic systems, political systems, institutional systems, education systems. That itself is human society's infrastructure. And then the things that we make, and incidentally, we as a species make more things than any other species in nature, any other species. And these are the things that are called the built environment. So sustainability is how we bring all these together into a seamless and benign whole. And that, to me, is a principle of sustainable design. How to integrate nature, infrastructure as infrastructure, the water infrastructure, human society's infrastructure, the built environment, and everything that we make our technology as infrastructure. Now, obviously, this is easier said than done. And that is the challenge of what we must work towards, which is to integrate these four factors into a whole. Now, once we integrate this together, then my fifth proposition is that we must make our cities as what I call constructed ecosystems. There is a dislocation between our built environment and nature. But what happens if our built environment is like nature? Our built environment designs ecosystems. Then there won't be any discrepancy. They'll be part of each other. And so my fifth proposition here is that we should try and emulate and replicate the properties of ecosystems. So now, if the system consists of communities of plants and animals and the physical environment, ecologists call this the biotic constituents as the abiotic constituents. And these basic two constituents interact and with each other in a very complex ways. And some of these interactions cannot be seen. These are some of the properties that we should emulate. Biological structure, biodiversity, connectivity and nexus nature, provision of ecosystem services, biointegration, which I talked about earlier on, responsiveness to climate, use of recycling materials, hydrology, symbiosis, hemostasis, food production, and succession. This is not the full list of the properties and attributes of ecosystems, but these are what we should try and emulate. We only part the tip of the iceberg. We're not able to emulate all this in totality. And that if our objective is to make our cities into constructed ecosystems, built ecosystems, or built natural systems, then we have to be able to emulate each of these properties. This is where our invention, this is where our technology, this is where our money should be going to invent these systems. Now, biological structure, what I meant is that if we're able to integrate the biotic constituents with the abiotic constituents as a whole, then they're heading towards the constructed ecosystem. Now, one of the ways to bring the four, I've shown here a diagram of 4 different ways of integrating biotic constituents with the abiotic. The first one shows that if you put everything in one location, just like Central Park in New York. The second is the dispersed pattern, just like Georgian London, where you have a series of squares. Georgians, use a square, Tavistock Square, Russell Square. The third is the stepping stone, where they're connected but not quite connected. But there's, but they're close enough to enable species of certain types to move between one patch to the other patch. But the third diagram is the preferred one because where the biotic constituents, the greenery, the organic life are linked not just within the built system, within the built environment, but also to the ground and to the hinterland. And so these are diagrams that one of the ways in which we could integrate and the biotic, the abiotic into a built environment. The last one is ecosystem services. Ecosystem services are things that nature does for us for free, without human intervention. And so ecosystem services consist of production of oxygen. We don't have to pay nature to produce oxygen. Nature naturally produces oxygen for us.
So kindly wrap up.
Sorry?
Kindly wrap up your presentation.
I can't hear you.
No, I'm telling that you have just 1 minute to wrap up your presentation.
Yes, sure, I'm going to end in a minute.
Yes.
Now, for southern production oxygen, there's no way we can emulate and imitate it. The sequestration, detoxification, there's no way we can do it in entirety. And so the summary of key factors in ecological design is resilience, creating a sustainable future for human society, but not just for human beings, for all species and environments on the planet. Biointegration is what resilience is all about. It depends on effective resilience, depends on effective biointegration of human society and the systems with natural systems. And third is ecocentricity, that all action and design must be based on the science of ecology. Fourth is the infrastructure. The action should be at a level infrastructure of nature, human society, technology, and hydrology. And we should then, the sixth is that construct ecosystems. We must try and emulate and replicate the properties of ecosystem. And finally, we must also find ways to emulate and replicate nature's provision of ecosystem services. This is a diagram of what it means. And this is a diagram of some of the key factors. And then these are the key factors that we talk about, that you asked us to give answers to. And that is the summary of my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Yang. It is very, very scientific and thought-provoking presentations. I think you have made a point of making the entry point through the ecological services, ecosystem services. Ecological resilience is the basis for designing the cities and the urban areas. You, I think, made a very vital point. The effective integration of human society and natural systems is indispensable in thinking of any level of design of the urban cities or urban centers. With regard to that one, maybe we can bilaterally discuss because this is a very scientific and very thought-provoking presentation. Maybe after this forum, the next presentation is Dr. Niels Larsen, who is the Executive Director, International Initiative for Sustainable Built Environments. Professor Larsen.
Good. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, and I will share my presentation. And thank you very much for awarding me a doctorate, by the way. It's an unexpected honor. Do you see it?
Yes, very much.
Okay. This is a presentation which I hope people can get the actual file from Christine after, because I've hidden a number of slides just to shorten it. But I'm covering three issues here, or three interacting systems: the built environment, climate change, and novel pandemics, in this case, COVID-19. All countries are now facing two major crises. This goes quite globally consistent: climate change impacts and the effects of COVID-19. We have general recognition that climate change is a phenomenon that's creating disaster on many fronts, and it has been successfully denied in some places, especially, if I may say, the US government. But most governments and organizations recognize that it's anthropogenic in origin. The pace of climate change has now picked up, and only willful ignorance would now deny its ability to cause massive disruptions, and in the long run to end human civilization. I mean, this is, for some of us at a more advanced stage, we can look at that philosophically, but for young people, that's a rather unfortunate observation. The COVID-19 pandemic has been a global health, social, and economic disaster. A vaccination program is not likely to be widely implemented until late 2021 or early 2022. And let's not forget that other novel viruses are also likely to emerge. Global economies have been badly damaged by the pandemic, and international institutions recognize that we need rebuilding programs to rebuild the economies. Also, the massive costs of mitigation and adaptation to climate change are becoming apparent and will rapidly escalate. So we need to address both crises, and we have an opportunity to integrate post-pandemic goals with those of climate actions. And the next 3 to 5 years are, I think, our last chance to take a strong action to deal with climate change. This pandemic will subside, but there will be others to take its place. Now let's talk first a little more in detail about climate action. ISBE has been active in promoting a view of climate change and plans to deal with it, which we call Plan B. We've been doing this for 15 years. It now seems unrealistic to talk about a limit of 1.5 degrees Celsius, but we must fight hard to try to keep it close to that. If you look at the emissions gap report from UN Environment, you see that if we wait until 2025, which is only 4.5 years from now, the cut needed would be 15.5% each year to get to 1.5 degrees maximum temperature rise. One of the disturbing things is that those countries that have done the least to cause climate change are the ones that will suffer the most from variability in climate. And you can see here the ones with low GDP are mainly in southern climates, and they are going to suffer a greater degree of variability than the guilty parties, which include Canada and Russia, Ukraine, Britain, all the, if you like, traditionally developed countries. If you take an example, just one example of climate change impact, I spend my summers usually in France, except this year when I couldn't go there. And in 2003, we had a heat wave across Europe, which was called canicule in France, which was especially intense in France. We had the extra mortality in 8 European countries of about 35,000 people, and about 16,000 of those were in France. Now, one of the technical issues that's interesting is electricity demand, not a surprise. Electricity demand rose significantly because of intense use of cooling systems. And hydroelectric production was reduced by 19% because of river flow rates. Nuclear production was also reduced by 4% because the temperature of cooling water rose above acceptable levels. So you have these two colliding demands. You need cooling water at a correct temperature for generating systems, but you're asking for more electricity to be generated to provide space cooling systems. And of course, we have temperature increases, windstorm events, flooding, drought, and wildfires, and it's already affecting productivity and life safety. Migration of refugees, such as from Sahel and Central America, is partially caused by local wars, but it's also a secondary effect of climate change. And that other parallel phenomena includes reductions in agricultural productivity and loss of skilled workers. These factors are affecting the economic performance of developing countries and will soon create a drag on the economies of developed countries. The main loser in these trends will, in the short run, be low-income households that have fewer survival options, but everyone will be affected in the long run. So we have some proposed climate actions, and these are not surprising, and I'll let you look at the details in the file, but we have to protect critical facilities and infrastructure, even if they don't live up to Dr. Yang's goal of having them compatible with ecological systems. But the ones we've got, we have to protect. We have to establish multi-stakeholder climate action authorities at national and local levels to establish relevant regulations and guidelines. We have to adapt global goals to local conditions, because unless you have local elites backing plans, nothing will happen. Support a shift from private to public transport. Neighborhood action strategies. Adjust value-added tax rates to provide incentives for renovation and disincentives for new construction. Renovation, existing buildings represent about 95 to 98% of the total building stock at any point. So we have to really focus on them. We have to freeze new construction in high-risk areas. We have to launch deep green renovation programs. We have to mitigate urban heat island effects by increasing areas of parks and urban forests. Short-term housing for population groups relocated, refuge centers in low-income neighborhoods during climate emergencies, urban agriculture to reduce transport emissions and to increase neighborhood access to fresh produce. Introduce incentives to move rapidly towards zero use of fossil fuels. Thermal solar greywater system synergies in groups of buildings. It's not just neighborhoods and single buildings, there are clusters of buildings where you can get efficiency improvements, minimize embodied energy and emissions, limit peak electrical demand so we don't have to build new generating capacity, very high operating efficiencies of new buildings, strengthen equipment and appliance efficiencies, and establish public building performance databases so that we can measure progress or lack of it. Now, COVID-19. Here is the data from WHO as of yesterday. This is the weekly smooth graph of number of cases, and you can see it's rapidly escalating, and deaths are also rapidly escalating. This is not a good situation. The pandemic has revealed important conflicts between health requirements and the ability to satisfy these in urban areas or buildings of various types. Some requirements can be met with changes in management or minor renovations, but others demand more substantial changes, which may not be easy to implement in the short term. Other issues are related to urban scale, and there are even larger questions of national governments taking up the task of post-pandemic reconstruction. We have seen a massive change in work patterns. Teleworking, for example, has increased enormously, and also distance learning has increased. There's a forced increase here. We reached a tipping point in terms of using internet and remote systems to do our work and learning. But some workers don't have access to telework. All these sectors have, and this is an example from Canada, but I think you will find it's fairly similar in other places. They have little access or no access to telework. One thing that happened was that urban public transit use declined rapidly. And you can see here we had in New York City, London, Toronto, and Paris, they all declined. I took this on September 9th, but I don't think it's come up very much since then. So people stayed away from public transit. So we have to make use of urban areas and buildings made redundant by the pandemic. We can't just leave unused office buildings or unused conference centers to rot over time. We have to convert them to new uses and make use of them. We have to launch major low-income housing and commercial retail renovation programs. partially because we need those kinds of uses, but also social equity and economic recovery measures. Training for doing renovation, for example, for low-income people can be very important to help them get a leg up on the economic ladder. We have to provide all new dwelling units with private outdoor space, gardens or courts or balconies. We have to adjust occupant densities in non-residential buildings to support increased distancing and limits on occupant density. In large apartment or mixed-use buildings, we should provide a small apartment for isolation of visitors. We have to provide neighborhood fever clinics, which follows the Chinese model, and residential facilities to meet short-term isolation requirements. In long-term care residences,
Mr. Larson, kindly conclude.
Yes, okay. We have to limit occupancy to 2 persons per room. I don't think I've had like 10 minutes yet, but I will skip over this and just mention that there has been a paper by central bank officials and experts that that are stating that we need and we can have governments intervene decisively. The crisis has shown this, and there are some advantages to come from that. IEA and IMF have done a joint study focusing on renovation as a way out of this, post-pandemic wise. And we suggest a couple of simple points. We need post-pandemic redevelopment authorities that also deal with climate change measures at the same time, climate action. We need major funding commitments from international institutions. We need urban planning strategies that include development of high-density mixed-use urban nodes around the urban core. We have to have very demanding targets for energy efficiency, launch major housing and commercial retail renovation programs, and establish training programs to support the above initiatives. Conclusions. An effort to deal simultaneously with climate action and post-COVID needs appears to be feasible. Such efforts will offer great opportunities to integrate the post-pandemic in Canada and perhaps help launch such an initiative in a developing country if international funding support can be found. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Larson, for outlining a number of integrated actions in built environment to confront climate change and COVID-19 simultaneously, and how they create also synergy between the set of actions in achieving the resilience of our cities. The next presentation by Honorable Vice Mayor, Mr. Zhang Li, City of Langji, Zhejiang Province, China. Honorable Vice Mayor.
大家好，接下来我就中国兰溪市3个人居环境范例村的情况向大家做个汇报。兰溪市呢，大致情况先做介绍。兰溪市呢，位于中国浙江省中西部，经衢盆地边缘，汇集婺江、曲江精华的兰溪，在杭州接南北大运河，运交通极为便利，故有7省通衢之誉。2018年统计户籍人口为66.05万人。2019年，兰溪市地区生产总值为385亿元左右，三大产业比例为7.5比51.4比41.1。兰溪有着近1400年的建县史，是一座人文荟萃、诗情画意的省级历史文化名城。依托3江之汇的水路交通优势，兰溪自古商贸繁荣，商务云集，是秦连江上游最大的商品集散地和最繁华的商埠。在两宋时期，兰溪被称为天下江南。明清以来，有钱塘第一商埠之美誉，近现代更被誉为民国第一县，是名副其实的小上海。 据三普调查统计，兰溪现有不可移动文物2631处，信息点2048处，全国重点文物保护单位8处，省级文保单位37处，市级文保单位89处，民居、祠堂、古桥、古塔各种类别应有尽有，宋元明清各朝代一应俱全，堪称立体的半部中国建筑史。可以说，兰溪的古城、古镇、古村落人居环境体系是历经千年时间考验的卓越范例。兰溪市委市政府对古村落建筑保护特别重视，经常邀请专家来上课传授经验。下面介绍一下一些保护的实例，其中诸葛、长乐、资堰村等3个村有山、有水、有历史、有文化、有生活，活态存在千百年，堪称富春山区图上的实例。稀世之珍，是人居环境最完美、最真实、最理想的范例。下面介绍一下诸葛村。诸葛村位于浙中西部兰溪市境内，为全国重点文物保护单位、国家4A级旅游景区。有明清至民国期间建筑200多座，不同建筑类型50多种。现居诸葛亮后裔近2800人，为全国诸葛亮后裔最大聚居地。这里是打烊的店铺，还是村民与游客不愿意离去的好地方。村民们过着非常悠闲的生活，大家可以看得出是其乐融融。到现在为止，村民们都还有田可以种。这是过新年时的舞龙灯，非常精彩。长乐村，那么长乐村的建村有1000多年历史，先后获得中国传统村落、省历史文化名村称号，全国重点文物保护单位。村落选址背靠燕山，以翠屏山为岸山，坐北朝南，有一条横向轨道、3条纵向街道和城之权状分布的巷道组成。石令溪由村西环绕而过，依山傍水。这是村庄南的月堂景观，这是国保文物单位长乐象贤厅，这是长乐的大宗祠。下面介绍一下资堰村。资堰村始建于南宋淳熙年间，至今已有839年的历史。全村现存明清至民国时期保护建筑63幢，最著名的是号称9堂一街的古建筑群，结构别具特色，保存完整，用材考究，工艺精湛，具有极高的历史价值、科学价值和艺术价值，为全国重点文物保护单位。千年的水渠，村民正在集中洗浴，为自己准备美餐。清新的渠水可以净化空气，可以美化环境，还可以为洗涤衣物提供方便。这是千年老街，是村中的中轴线，是村民们最喜欢去的去处。这是建于元代的严德堂，是国保单位。诸葛长乐这3个村历史悠久，布局科学，环境优美，建筑艺术高超，文化底蕴深厚，社会生态延续完好，基础设施齐备，绿色经济充满活力，在人与自然和谐相处、文化遗产保护及人居聚落可持续发展方面，以千百年的存在做出了最好的佐证。谢谢大家。最后祝15届全球人居环境论坛年会圆满成功，谢谢大家。
Thank you so much, Honorable Vice Mayor of Lang City, for outlining various initiatives in your city. Our last presentation in this session is Professor Zhang Guoqiang, is the Dean, Institute of Sustainable Urbanization and Construction Innovation, Hunan University, China. Professor Zhang.
Yes, I'm here. Hey. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Just a moment. I want to share my. Share
You
my
need to unmute your system.
Yes, I'm preparing the. What's the problem? I don't know.
No, it's okay.
Hmm? Moment. Okay.
Problem uploading your presentation. Maybe someone from the secretariat could help.
Okay. Is that okay?
Great.
Okay. My slides are in English, so I speak in Mandarin. 我的这个题目呢是，结合高质量绿色建造，提高防疫防控的能力。和我们这个前面杨教授和拉斯先生的是绿色和防疫结合，我们这里要加一个高质量的这个保证。那么第一个部分呢是中国新冠疫情的防控，我们可以说是对城市弹性的考验。新冠疫情影响人民身体健康，导致全球经济迟缓。那么武汉，中国灾情最严重的武汉，1000多万人口的家庭服务。那么全国也有42000人医务人员驰援武汉，能听到吗？喂，这个翻译先生，您这里听得到吗？听得到，好的 ，OK。然后我们也通过各种手段保证这个持续稳定的物质供应。那么特别值得一提的是我们的医院，这个疫情医院的建设，火神山医院34000平米，1000个床位，10天建设完成。雷神山医院1500个床位，收治了2000多名患者，这2个疫情医院。我们总结一下，就说中国抗疫应该是比较成功的，它的因素第一个就是基于专业知识的政府决策和组织，居民的自律。第二个是全国乃至全球的医疗资源来支持灾区。第三个就是我们的城市弹性，我们有比较好的这个住房和卫生的状况，有比较高效的交通基础设施，另外还有我们医疗设施的这个建设，这个速度很快。那么第二部分是弹性城市和高质量绿色建造，我的一个理解。现代城市的主要灾害有人为灾害，比如恐怖袭击；自然灾害像地震和洪水，以及公共卫生灾害。那么这次的新冠病毒这种。这是这个新冠病毒的灾害对我们城市建设的启示。第一个，这个高质量绿色规划和建造，来支撑可持续的生活和工作方式的转型。那么，这个可持续的绿色的生活和工作方式，应该说是我们现在的环境和灾害的一个最根本的原因之一。第二个是建造和可持续建筑环境领域的全球的趋势。那么，包括这个全球变暖、环境恶化、灾害、劳动力短缺、建筑质量下降等等。那同时呢，我们又有新的这个技术带来我们的机会，那就包括有工业化、信息化、绿色化的这种技术，给我们带来机会。那么在我们这个 启示里面的第2条呢是现代的技术，这样才能保证我们这个基础设施在平时和疫情的时候的高性能，以及增强城市的弹性。这是我们的整个的趋势发展趋势刚才已经讲过。那么对中国，我们有全球最大的建设量和最多的标志性建筑物。但是我们的建造的质量，我估计很多发展中国家和我们一样，就是这个质量是有待提升的。所以我们中国的这个政府，从2012年我们就提出了这个绿色发展，提出了这个美丽中国。那么2017年我们提出了高质量发展、健康中国，这是非常清晰的一个发展思路。第3个部分是我们湖南大学的这个高质量绿色建造方面的实践和研究。我们有湖南大学的城市与建筑创新研究院，国家级的建筑安全与环境国际联合研究中心，是跨学科的国际化的教育和研究机构，也包括我们提出和实践了高质量可持续建筑为目标的中国建造4.0的体系，那么包括教育研究、创新创业、示范项目、推广传播等。首先，我们明确的定义了什么叫高质量建造。那么我们理解为区域和建筑的功能要协调，我们建筑物的基本的安全和基本物理性能要好，我们有用户的感知性能要比较好，还有就是可持续性能。我们也提出了中国建造4.0的观点，这个4.0呢不仅仅是智能建造和建筑工业化，那么对于中国或者一部分发展中国家来说，可能特别重视这个质量的保证。那么这是我们质量保证体系的重点，我们应该说有基于战略和机制研究的政策制定和执行方案，以及高质量的教育和研究模式作为基础支撑。那么基于这个思路，我们创建了这个中国建造4.0的国际创新平台。那么在教育方面，基础的教育方面，我们2005年就获得了欧盟的资助，率先开展绿色建筑的教育。在研究方面，我们基于 IEA 国际能源机构等平台开展国际合作，包括 IEA 的社区和建筑节能以及蓄能等组织，开展与疫情控制相关的通风技术研究和新能源应用技术研究。在创新创业方面，我们建立了一批公司来对我们的研究进行实践，包括有技术公司，有文化传播公司。那么技术公司呢是开发建筑信息化、建筑环境和新能源应用的产品和服务。那么国际合作的示范项目也正在进行中。那么传播公司，我们进行推广传播相关的工作。每年我们有博览会、论坛和国际学术会议，以及我们的专业网站、学术刊物和培训学校。4年来，我们持续采用国际合作和产学研结合的模式，开展博览会、论坛、学术会议，在国内外产生了比较大的影响。那么这个会议呢，这个活动是每年我们的国内外的行业专家们和企业领袖们聚会的地方。但是今年呢，因为疫情，我们推迟到明年了，所以计划是明年的5月，我们再继续举办会议。 这是我的一个结论。我们第一个部分呢是政策干预，在对中国和其他发展中国家，我们建议将可持续和弹性建筑与城市与高质量建造的这种努力和工作结合起来。第二就是加强国际合作，在政策制定和执行方面分享经验和专业知识。第二个是技术干预，就是促进建筑和城市高质量绿色发展的多学科教育，以及加强对弹性建筑和城市实践的研究支持，教育和研究作为最基本的知识。第三个部分呢是制度性的安排，我们建议呢要保持建筑物和基础设施处于长期的专业维护运行状态，以满足平易结合的需要。同时，妥善安排和设置防疫部门和防疫人员的职能，考虑平易结合的要求。谢谢大家。
Thank you so much, Professor Zhang, for your extremely valuable presentation. And you showed how the high-quality green planning and construction could be utilized as a strategy or basis for fighting the pandemic. At the same time, the building the resilience of cities and make the buildings adaptable. Thank you so much. With this one, we have finished all 6 presentations. We have 3 expert interventions. I would like to first invite Mr. Hong Cheng, who is a well-known planner and designer, member of the expert committee of China Folk Architecture Research Association. Mr. Tai Cheng, your turn for expert intervention. Maybe 3 minutes. I don't actually how much time we are left with Christine. Could you please advise?
I think we have 7 minutes left.
7 minutes left. Okay, so that means 2 minutes each for the experts, each of the experts for your intervention. So I would like to request Mr. Tai Cheng. Is he here? Okay, please. 2 minutes.
洪教授，请你解除一下静音呢。洪教授，请接受解除静音。OK， 可以了，好。
尊敬的主持人，超度李穆罕迪先生，女士们、先生们，晚上好。我很荣幸的应邀出席这次全球人居环境论坛的年会。我的评论分3点：一，人居环境作为一个话题，作为研究对象，是极为切实的、重要的，特别是全世界面临新冠肺炎疫情严重打击之际，建设一个怎么样的人居环境，应该是压倒一切的重大课题。非常感谢这个论坛的组织抓住了这么一个重要的主题，开展研究、探索与经验交流。这项工作的现代性意义是极其伟大无比的，这是我讲的第一点。2，在不重视理性制约的大发展中，我们的人居所在，特别是城市，人口爆炸、环境污染、生态破坏、资源枯竭、历史文化遗产消失等等问题，已经到了极为严重的状态。城市的居区一个劲的追求全方位效益，功能简单，都人为切头切尾的碎面层， 是不可能适于此深厚的可持续发展使用的生存空间与环境。这就是摆在我们面前的现状，就是摆在世人面前，不得不马上做出认真反思、认真研究的课题。3，这是全球人居环境论坛年会上，中国浙江省南七市的居歌、长乐与试验3个村，为什么评上全国人居环境范例村大奖？我认为，因为这3个村都有600、700年的历史，有大量保护完好的古民居，包括各种使用功能的古建筑，其中连片，村庄景观优美如画，都有山有水有田有地，村民可以登山游览，可以连水洗碟，可以下田耕种采摘，可以到店铺购买生物生产数据的各种东西。小孩子可以就地上学，生了病有医生帮助治疗，生活与生产的各种需求应有尽有，活态存在。村民们生于斯，长于斯，100岁之后安息于斯，这是一方人的真正的家园。3000年的历史所证明了的最佳的人居环境的实力。我建议大家一起感谢居歌、长乐、试验3个村，用数百年的聪明才智，几十代人的坚守，为我们世界保存了有历史价值、科学价值、艺术价值、社会价值与生命价值于一体的人类文明的活标本。我的发言结束了，谢谢主持人，谢谢各位。
Thank you so much, Mr. Tai Seng. I would now like to request Mr. Jiao Yongfang, who is the Deputy General Manager, Juni China State Construction Land Company Limited, for your kind intervention of 2 minutes, please.
各位领导、专家，大家好！非常荣幸能够在这样的平台来交流，听了各位的演讲，收获很大。其实我觉得，从疫情发生后的反应来看，社区又或是家庭是整个抗疫过程中最基本的单元。每个家庭如果不出问题，社区就不会有大的问题。社区没有大的问题，区域就不会出现大的问题。家庭的抗疫，那往往就与建筑本身的设计有着莫大的关系。就像我们现在做的充电企业项目，外部景观资源，在自身的规划和建筑设计上也有着超前的意识，基本可以在疫情期间实现一个内循环。它既有着足够体量的一些社区商业来满足日常的生活需要，也有着一些健康跑道或者我们做的架空、运动休憩等开放的园林景观，能够锻炼身体和使小区居民放松身心。同时，在我们的户型设计上也有着多功能的设计，入户前的一个消毒区域，还有小区内部的相互隔离，户内的运动区域等都有设置，所以让整个建筑更适应各种生活状态下的独特调节。我的发言结束，谢谢大家。
Thank you so much, Mr. Yongfang. We have now the last intervention by Mr. Fangbin Zhao, the director of Nanning Zhongai Hongyang IU Real Estate Company Limited in China. Mr. Zhao, 2 minutes.
大家好，非常开心有这样的平台。我现在共享一下我的演讲。跟刚才各位讲的不同，大家讲的是一个方法或者一个系统，那么我可能就是分享一个建筑设计的案例。我们是一个建筑师事务所，那么在这个案例里面呢，它在中国的南宁，它是一个山地，就是一个纯粹的地产项目，就是一个密度比较高的社区。那么这个问题呢，其实在中国是非常独特的现象。我们有大量的建设，大量的人会居住在新开发的社区里面，因为土地越来越稀少，土地呢逐渐变到郊区，变到了山上。比如南宁这个城市，它从来没有一个在山上修的居住区，没有在山上进行开发。那么这个项目呢，应该是南宁比较集中、比较大的一个。那么，对于山体来说呢，自然的山有各种各样的基底，它会有自然的形态。那么我们人工在过去低密度的情况下，刚才有专家分享的案例，中国的一些古老的村庄，它的密度非常低可以居住得非常的自由。那么在于大规模的这个项目来说呢，必须面临的就是切山、造台地，只有把山分成台地，才能满足大量的人口。
高总你好，不好意思打扰一下，高总你好，请开一下你的视频，请打开一下接收一下你的视频。
请稍等。
好，可以了。可以了。
可以了吗？
好，请继续。
好的。我的共享屏幕没有问题吧？现在？
关掉了，你又关掉了，你不要关掉。
哦，好的。
对。OK。
现在可以了。
OK， 可以了。
我现在开始。现在可以看到我的共享屏幕吗？你好，可以看到我的屏幕吗？
现在可以看到了。
好的，那我继续。那我们在山地的居住呢，还有一个就是让更多的居住者可以有更好的视线。这个是山地带来交通不便的同时另外一个非常有利的一面，就是大家居住在山上都可以视线看得更远享受到江边吹过来的更好的空气。那么最后这个项目的效果呢，就是这样。它在南宁的江边居高临下，这个场地到江边的距离垂直的高度有200米，也就是说以后所有大量的居民会在这个山上200米的高度面对这个江居住。那么在设计的时候，其实一个最主要的手法呢，就是我们找到了一个非常重要的一点，就是水平的线条自然的江和山都是从大的尺度看都是水平的。那么我们在建筑里面碰到的等高线，就是把这种自然的山地变成了一根根的水平线。那么以这一点出发呢，我们所有的就是从每一户居住的这个单体到整个规划，都是以水平线和面宽，就是增加每一户居住的宽度来处理这个居住的问题。那么宽度意味着减低它的进深这样也就是说，在南宁这样一个闷热的城市，在山上它的风可以有很好的穿堂风这是我们设计的手法。那么第一步呢，我们碰到的就是怎么改造这个山体。大家可以看到，这个山有100米的高差，100米的高差，严格的意义上来讲，其实是属于不适合做居住建筑的一块地。那么在这样的情况下，我们就开始研究这个怎么让这个居民在这个山地里面生活和迁台。首先，我们把山顶降低，其次呢，在山等高线的几个山基的地方建立了几个比较宽的轴线把这个台地我们研究了很多种类型，最后定的是7米乘15米的台地来解决这个高差最后就是实现了这样一个效果。那么这个效果呢，是保证了建筑在南宁这个气候下日照、通风朝向，包括江景综合了各个因素之后得到了一个最终的规划。那么大家可以看到画面中间有一个蓝色的这样一个集中的服务中心这个呢可以说是整个小区大家在这里锻炼生活聚集的一个大的场所。这个建筑非常大，有2万平米。因为在山地居住里面，一般的小区我们可以到外面，可以到马路边，可以到城市其他区域去享受这个城市的配套。那么既然住到了山上，在上山下山都会形成一个普通的回家都会成为一个比较严重的问题的时候，我们把这个所有人都要享用的运动餐厅或者说孩子小朋友的娱乐的空间集中在中间，更好的为整个社区的人服务。 另外，我们的单体设计呢，这个就是展示刚才设计的效果，每一户面宽达到了18米，这个在中国现在的房地产的这个大家通常做的产品里面是非常少见的，就是为了争取更多的采光和这个通风效果。啊，我们这个户内呢可以看到非常贯通的客厅，阳光空气都可以自由的进入。然后我们有一些户型的这个主卧室的面宽就达到了8米，啊，可以享受8米的江景，这个阳台可以和山体和江景对话。那么最后呢，这个就是刚才我说的，我们中间的那个小区的社区中心，社区中心2万平米解决了生活中需要的健身啊、棋牌娱乐、餐饮休闲，而且我们设了2个游泳池在这个建筑里面，一个游泳池呢在室内，是恒温泳池，另外一个游泳池呢是在建筑的屋顶啊，它是因为南宁的气候，每年应该说有10个月都可以使用这个户外泳池啊，这个我们也希望成为整个这个亚热带地区气候的一个呼应点。这是我们设计这个会所初衷的时候，就是在山的最高处啊，成为整个建筑群啊，成为甚至是从城市看过来一个亮点，把居住区的设计变成了一种在精神追求的东西。OK， 这个就是我们的一些配套。我们看到游泳池啊、餐饮区，包括健身房。最后呢，就是山地的景观的打造。因为大量的人口聚集之后，必须需要有公共的空间。这张图片显示的就是我们最主要的一个公共空间轴，这个轴有50米乘200米长，它是一个坡地的。那么怎么在坡地上实现？我们通过了大量做模型的方法来研究这个可实现性啊，最终就是一个梯形的轴啊，组织这个山地的公共空间。这个是现场施工的状况，现场施工应该比这个更快了，这个应该是几个月前之前的照片。可以看到这个山体一些空的轴线和江的关系已经出来。好，最后这个就是在中国正在发生了大量的这种高密度的建筑的建设。我们希望通过这个项目，在山地研究高密度和这种垂直交通，还有就是每一个单体居住的时候的通风采光的这个可能性，做了一个从规划到建筑单体的一个实际的案例。好，我就分享这么多，感谢各位，非常感谢。
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Gao, for your interventions. I think we had an excellent session. We discussed a range of structural and non-structural measures, strategies towards building resilience of our cities and how to make the buildings adaptable. Some of the key things that emerged from our discussion from this session is ecosystem-based approach, science of ecology, whatever plans and actions we follow with regard to buildings and urban areas, it should follow the science of ecology. Urban design should be in harmony with the nature, and we discuss also the green technology and construction, and also this session address the synergies in our actions towards climate mitigation and also fighting with this epidemic like COVID-19. So I think a range of discussion. I think all of us know that as human activities continue to disturb the ecosystem worldwide, we are also likely to see the more pathogens crossing from the wildlife to the humans in the future. Therefore, how we manage our natural resources and ecological assets in the context of urban resilience, that will be a defining strategy for future. I think we are witnessing unprecedented level of urbanization and emergence of megacities all over the world. At the same time, when we talk about resilience, we also need the lasting supply security of natural resources. So our urban design and resilience of ecosystem, resilience of ecosystem services are actually the two sides of a single coin. With this one, I would like to thank all the resource persons, all the commentators here for making excellent presentations, deliberations, and interventions. I would like to request all of us to make a round of applause to the commentators, sorry, the presentators and commentators. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mohanty. And
just a minute, Christine. I do not see any questions here in the chat box, but if there are any questions from the floor, maybe direct to the respective resource person for a bilateral exchange. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mohanty, and huge thanks to our panelists and commentators for your insights and presentations. So we'll move on to the final session, the closing session, which will be a 10-minute delay. Yes, let me share my screen. Yes. So the closing session will begin in 5 minutes. Please remain connected here. After the closing session, we'll have the final part of the two-day event. That's the award ceremony. It will be taking place in another Zoom with the ID on the screen. After the closing session, please go to the Zoom.
Okay, Christine, I'm signing off now. I'm going to have my breakfast.
Okay.
Bye-bye, everybody.
I'll see you. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
For
Thank you. See you
organizing
later.
work.
Thank you.
Christine, you don't eat?
No.
That's why you're slim and nice.
It's very intense. So
Imagine.
I think we're still waiting for the speaker, the Assistant Secretary General of UN.
I think the first one is going to be recorded, correct?
The first one is a recorded message, but let me. But Mr. Tripathi will speak live. I'm not sure if he's connected now. Let me check. Gentlemen, while we're waiting for one more. Okay. speaker. So I would like to remind you again, if you have any questions regarding presentations, you can send your questions to our secretariat, and we will respond after the forum. Sorry, the agenda is very tense, so we will have much time for a Q&A. Thank you for understanding. I think we can start.
Now?
Yeah.
I don't see everybody here. We need hyphen, we need
Yeah, another session is a little bit delayed, so we still need 5 minutes.
Satay is there.
No, not yet.
So we can't start. There is nothing to start with. Except we can die.
Okay. Okay, let's wait for a few more minutes.
I can't see you. You gave a beautiful presentation, by the way. Oh, here you are. It is 7:30 in New York now.
Shall we
Yes.
start?
Uh,
Yeah, I will go, Mr. Here. Okay, go ahead, please.
Many speakers here.
Yes, yes.
Shall we start?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. Well, warmest greetings from New York. I pray and hope you and beloved ones are healthy and safe in this time of many challenges. It's my distinct honor to chair this session titled Summary and Recommendation. It includes special remarks from two distinguished speakers and closing remarks from the co-organizer, Mr. Haiping Liu, the Secretary General of the Global Forum on Human Settlements. In the beginning, please let me say the following. This conference changed me, and I hope change others, from being pessimistic to being happily optimistic. Thanks for the knowledge and wisdom shared in this well-organized and thoughtful conference. Especially, I appreciate the opening remarks of Ambassador Chowdhury, as well as all the speakers and their valuable contributions. I was truly moved by the wisdom of the spiritual leader, Chair Siu, Honorary Chairman of Global Blockchain Alliance, who encouraged us to honor our scientific achievements, but also cherish each other, take care of nature, and leave no one behind, as the UN usually advocates. Yes, we need to share the technology, be transparent and inclusive, especially for the developing nations, guided by the principles of interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universal values. Now let me call upon our first special speaker, who is Mrs. Elizabeth Mayuma. She is Executive Secretary of the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity. For technical reasons, she will not be with us virtually, but she gracefully sent a pre-recorded video, which will be played now by our technical staff.
Ladies and gentlemen, greetings to you all protocols observed. I would like to thank the Global Forum on Human Settlements for inviting me to contribute to this annual session in order to bring perspective of the Convention on Biological Diversity and to also outline links of your work with our post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework currently under preparation. The convening of your annual session is timely as we gain increasing clarity on the connection between resilience of human societies to pandemic, such as COVID-19, and the way we address the combined and interlinked challenges of climate change, land degradation, and biodiversity loss. In a recent policy brief titled COVID-19 in an Urban World, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres highlighted three important conclusions. One, an inclusive urban future is necessary for resilience. 2. Innovation is integral to the design, planning, and management of cities. And 3. Economic recovery can drive a profound green transformation. Being inclusive of all stakeholders play a critical role in putting nature into the development and climate change equations. The Sustainable Development Goals cannot be reached without safeguarding nature as a basic asset and without including nature stewards and those invested in the wise use of nature into all relevant decision-making processes. Green transformation will require us to change our business and financial blueprints so that they are aligned with the global goals for biodiversity, upon which our societies and economies are fundamentally dependent. The crisis of the pandemic has clarified that aligning urban planning and development with human and planetary health is essential for achieving sustainable development goals. On this basis, I would like to make 3 main recommendations. First, engage the sectors that contribute most in applying nature-based solutions to health and urban resilience, including for control of zoonosis. This includes food production and distribution, infrastructure development, extractive industries, health and water sectors, and also the finance sector, acknowledging its transversal and underscoring role. Second, we need to mobilize subnational and municipal governments along with national governments, but also we need innovative governance forms related to urban settlements, particularly for spatial planning. Examples of multi-stakeholder arrangements that bring together the various levels of governance and other relevant actors can be found in the Man and the Biosphere Reserve Council. Third, let us accelerate a green circular economy, promoting jobs and business using innovations in cities with improved design, consumption, and procurement standards, and in offering youth, urban youth, opportunities for startups that facilitate sustainability. Multi-stakeholder partnerships will be key for this. Networks of subnational and local governments have been collaborating in the Edinburgh process on the role of these levels of government in the past 2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. Their message is clear in the Edinburgh Declaration that was issued a few weeks ago and is open for signature until the meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity in 2021. Subnational governments, cities, and local authorities will play an important part in the implementation of the new Global Biodiversity Framework. Let us work together to ensure that resilient human settlement in a healthy planet are part of this. And may the winners of the Sustainable Cities and Human Settlements Award 2020 remind us that this is possible. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. You said it well. Let us work together. Thank you, Your Excellency. You said it really well. Thank you for the recommendation and for encouraging us to work together. Our next special remarks will be given by Satya Tripathi, the UN Assistant Secretary General and Head of New York Office, UN Environment Program, a development economist and lawyer with over 35 years of very valuable experiences. Mr. Tripathi has served with the UN since 1998 in key positions in Europe, Asia, and Africa in the areas of climate change, human rights, democratic governance, and legal affairs. Please welcome with me His Excellency Satya Tripathi.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings, everyone, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is my delight that to be joining you all today, and let me add my voice to the insights offered by my good friend Elizabeth Mrema on that biodiversity is a key driver of sustainable development, and it actually underlies each of the 17 sustainable development goals, from reducing inequalities to underpinning sustainable communities and livelihoods around the world. Although a lot of progress has been made in the past decade, we are not meeting the SDGs at the speed and scale that is needed. That is why we need global, ambitious actions to deliver the goals by 2030. And in that, the work of the Global Forum on Human Settlements is absolutely crucial. The current COVID-19 pandemic has shown us that we urgently need an in-depth reflection on our relationship with nature. Going forward, nature needs to be front and center of all recovery policies and plans. We must scale up and accelerate collaboration for nature-positive outcomes, conserving, restoring, and using biodiversity fairly and sustainably. As we all know, we're currently facing a triple planetary crisis: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution are putting us at the risk of irreversibly changing our relationship with the natural world and how we benefit from it, and often act as a threat multiplier. As global warming increases the likelihood for more extreme weather events to occur, risks will expand beyond the high-risk areas known today. Biodiverse ecosystems can serve as buffers against natural disasters by reducing damage from floods, storms, tsunamis, avalanches, landslides, droughts, and one could go on. Let me end this by offering you three key messages. Message one: we need nature more than ever. Nature is a form of insurance for human existence and our quality of life amid growing uncertainty. The response of governments and people to COVID-19 has demonstrated both our capacity to take steps that had previously been unimaginable, to act in solidarity in the face of a common threat, but it also shows that we are still a very divided world, that we need to come together even more strongly to do what is needed, not just to save humanity, but also to save all the 7.8 million species that inhabit our planet. Without transformative action, there will be further acceleration in the global rate of decline, including species extinction and loss of nature's contributions to people. Now is the time to raise our ambitions and accelerate transformative and systemic change. Second, biodiversity conservation and climate change action are very closely linked. Climate change is becoming increasingly important as a direct driver of changes in nature and its contribution to people in the next decades. Scenarios show that limiting global warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius plays a critical role in reducing adverse impacts on nature and its contributions to people. Meeting the SDGs and the 2050 vision for biodiversity therefore depends on taking into account the impacts of climate change when defining future goals, objectives, and policies. And third, healthy ecosystems provide economic value for nations. When countries conserve and protect their biodiversity, they're able to unlock new economic opportunities, jobs, and innovative nature-based solutions to contemporary challenges. Additionally, in the same way as a diverse range of investments and revenues can protect businesses against external and uncertain shocks, the diversity of life on the planet is what determines our ability to choose alternatives in the face of an uncertain future. The challenges we currently face, including a global pandemic and a 1
warming climate stress the importance of having diverse options at our disposal. And I will close by offering you 3 recommendations for your consideration. 1, we need to change our environmental footprint. We need to rethink how we produce, consume, and discard, how we plan and build, how we power our societies, how we measure growth, and how we share the planet with other species. Second, we need to work with nature to optimize health and prevent future pandemics. We must urgently scale up and accelerate collaboration for nature-positive outcomes, conserving, restoring, and using biodiversity fairly and sustainably. And lastly, we need to change how we do business by transitioning to circular economy models that decouple growth from resource use and detoxify our planet. It is not enough to detoxify ourselves because we think it is important. It is even far more important to detoxify Mother Earth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. And the Secretary General and the Assistant Secretary General. And I really appreciate the recommendation you have given us. And I hope our Secretariat will adhere to that and pass them on. Last but not least, we will listen to the co-organizer of this awesome conference, Mr. Haifeng Liu, the Secretary General of Global Forum on Human Settlements, a humble, dynamic, and a visionary who guided the development and the incredible progress and success of GFHS for the past 15 years. He was awarded the Spirit of the UN Award for his amazing contributions to the work of the UN. More than that, he is a good friend, a gentleman, and a father, and a good husband, and a world traveler. Please welcome with me, Mr. Haifeng Liu.
Thank you, Chairman. Let's allow me to speak use my mother language. 我今天代表主办方做一个总结致辞啊。我这个发言的题目是破茧化蝶，开启绿色革命，重塑健康星球。这次会议是在新冠疫情全球大爆发的背景下召开的，其规格和规模都创了我们历届年会之最。本届年会共有20个本届年会共有20个权威机构共同参与组织，其中包括了10大联合国机构和亚洲开发银行，共约100位来自全球的杰出演讲者和评论员发表见解，覆盖了各个领域和阶层。在线参会和观看直播的专业观众人数超过10万人，这体现了国际社会对有效防控疫情、推动疫后复苏与蝶变、建设弹性城市与健康星球的高度关注和渴望。非常感谢24个权威机构的鼎力支持，感谢众位演讲嘉宾和评论员的精彩分享，感谢所有的合作伙伴，感谢所有的参会人士，让国际社会可以凝聚更多的共识、智慧和勇气，以应对人类所面临的生死攸关的严峻挑战。谢谢。这次会议不仅关注弹性的可持续城市与人居环境，更加关注整个生态系统，关注这个蓝色星球的健康和人类的安全与命运。因为世界不再像我们想象的那么安全了，灭顶之灾随时会降临，我们必须全面深刻反思。除了从常规的、从部门和行业的角度进行思考，也要进行整体思考和哲学思考。传统的头痛医头，脚痛医脚意义大。 新冠病毒肆虐全球已经有大约9个月了。截止10月中旬，新冠全球感染人数超过3500万，死亡人数超过105万。世卫组织认为，全球感染人数目前为目前确诊人数的20多倍。70%的新冠肺炎确诊病例和死亡病例来自10个国家，多国疫情反弹，形势依然严峻。我个人认为，这场微生物与人类之间没有硝烟的世界大战带给我们的哲学思考主要有以下几点：一、新冠疫情教育我们对大自然要心存敬畏。人类是大自然的孩子，我们可以局部改造自然，但不可能主宰自然。面对我们看不见的微生物世界，面对变异的气候、排山倒海的暴风、洪水、山火与海啸、地震等灾难，我们依然十分脆弱，力不从心，甚至什么都不是。无论科技多么发达，我们必须保持清醒，加强自律，顺应自然，不能盲目自大，忘乎所以。第二，新冠疫情看似天灾，实为人祸。众多有识之士早已指出，新冠疫情是大自然对我们的又一次警告、报复和惩罚。扪心自问，我们生态足迹早已超过地球的承载力，我们欠大自然的太多，负债累累，而这些债迟早都是要由我们或我们的子孙后代偿还。我想再次引用本届论坛年会预案中的一段话：新冠病毒肆虐全球，导致人类门难、社会停摆和经济萧条，被认为是100年一遇的公共健康危机和生态安全危机，也是联合国历史上最大的全球性挑战之一。国际社会迫切需要深刻反思人类与自然的关系，除非迅速制止其根源，对自然界的肆意破坏、资源枯竭的加剧、无序扩张的城市和人类住区、持续攀升的温室气体排放、不可持续的消费和生产模式，否则类似的悲剧还会越演越烈。第三，新冠疫情教育我们人类，同一个星球，同一个命运，同一个地球家园，众生休戚与共，人类不可能独善其身，皮之不存，毛将焉附。没有生态环境的健康与其他物种的健康，就没有人类自身的健康。我们只有善待自然，善待其他生命，保护好生态环境，自然才会善待我们，这是基本的因果关系。古人早已提出天人合一、和谐共处的生态观。正如2019年9月，中国和生物多样性公约秘书处共同发布的 COP15主题“生态文明共建地球生命共同体”这样一个理念，在倡导人类命运共同体的同时，我们应该大力倡导和建设地球生命共同体，实现人与自然和谐共生。2019年5月发布的《生物多样性和生态系统服务全球评估报告》指出，人类活动导致野生哺乳动物的数量下降了82%，自然生态系统丧失了大约1半的面积，100万种物种将在几十年内面临灭绝的危险，约占全球物种总数的12%。地球上的物种正以历史上前所未有的速度灭绝，而目前保护地球资源的努力可能会因为没有采取大刀阔斧的行动而失败。生态系统的完整性和各种功能正在迅速衰退。生物多样性和生态系统服务间科学政策平台主席罗伯特·沃森说：“只要从全球地方到全球的各个层面，现在开始革命性改变，依然有机会保护、恢复和可持续利用大自然。而革命性改变指的是技术、经济、社会等因素的根本性系统重组，其中包括模式、目标和价值观的调整。”英国威廉王子10月8号刚刚宣布将投入5000万英镑设立为地球奋斗奖，激励人们采取行动，共同努力10年，修复地球生态。我觉得我们今天的这2天的嘉宾也都讲了很多类似这样的观点，大家分析了现象，最后的得出的结论就是，我们必须要深刻吸取教训，以壮士断腕的勇气，亡羊补牢，破茧化蝶，开启一场全方位的绿色革命，以拯救地球生态系统， 也拯救我们自己。结合会上多位嘉宾的观点，我谈几点具体的建议供大家参考。一、开启绿色发展革命。经济社会要全方位转型，我们要转变粗放的以牺牲生态系统为代价的加剧贫富分化的发展模式，大力发展绿色经济、绿色金融、循环经济和包容性经济，强化企业社会责任，实现增长和资源消耗及碳排放的脱钩。要把生态足迹和资源环境的代价全面计入产品和服务的成本，限制资源浪费和过度消费行为，发展责任投资、责任金融、责任企业和责任消费，大力建设生态文明，取代积重难返的工业文明，合理引导控制全球人口数量，保持总体生态平衡，管控好科技这把双刃剑，对可能产生安全隐患或颠覆人类自身的黑科技，如转基因、克隆人、智能机器人等技术，要严格管控，借鉴德国契合的经验，审慎发展核电，立法禁止交易和使用野生动物，保护野生动物基本的生存繁衍权利，开展生态文明教育，让绿色环保和生物多样性保护主流化，成为社会各阶层的责任和义务，健全法律法规，为绿色革命保驾护航。二、开启绿色城市革命。城市规划、投资、建设、治理要实现整体转型，改革基础设施，发展循环代谢型城市，改变当前的城市资源进废物出的单向流动模式，使资源在城市内部或城乡之间闭环流动，物质、营养和能量能够循环利用。要发展紧凑、集成和连接的可持续城市，控制城市和乡村用地无序扩张，减少对野生动物栖息地的侵占。规划设计要顺应和融入自然，借鉴传统智慧，减少对自然山水、地形景观的扰动，发展与自然和谐的生态城市。要划定和严守生态红线，恢复实地生态系统，保留充足的生态廊道，遵循道法自然的原则，设计建成环境和人工生态系统，发展便捷适足的绿色公共空间，绿地景观尽量多采用本地植物，提高城市综合物种指数，加强标准引导，利用数字技术提高资源利用效率和城市治理水平，提高城市可持续性、弹性和包容性。第三，开启绿色文化革命，生活方式和文化观念要整体转型，要抑制急功近利、贪得无厌的拜金主义，改变虚荣的炫富攀比心理，继承发扬优良的传统德行，重视家庭价值，倡导勤俭、适度、自律、健康的生活方式，使人们更多从物欲的满足转向精神、文化和内心世界的富足。消费者要为自己的生态足迹和碳排放买单，遏制各种浪费行为，推广绿色生活方式，少吃肉，多吃素，少开车，多走路，少包装，多种树，少索取，多施予等等。政治家、企业家和文化精英阶层要身体力行，知行合一，率先垂范，建立绿色新文化，形成新的价值观。第四，加速贯彻2030年可持续发展议程，减缓和遏制生态灾难和气候灾难，以此次灾难为契机，动员各国政府、企业和人民觉悟并行动起来，全面加大2030年可持续发展议程、生物多样性公约、新城市议程、仙台减灾框架等既定的议程在各个层面的贯彻实施力度协同增效，使之能如期实现。各国应大幅提高巴黎气候协定中国家自主贡献减排目标，把握所剩无几的窗口期，遏制气候变化，自我救赎。当前的关键时刻，中国政府承诺争取2060年前实现碳中和，无疑是至暗时刻一道亮光，对于推动巴黎气候协定的落实 意义重大。第五，制定绿色革命健康星球议程，结合2021年5月将在中国举办的生物多样性公约 COP15 和将在英国格拉斯哥举办的气候变化大会，启动后2030年可持续发展议程谈判。这次年会我们这次年会有多位联合国机构和国际组织的领导人出席，就包括联合国生物多样性公约秘书处、联合国气候变化框架公约秘书处、世界自然保护联盟以及英国格拉斯哥市议会的领导，他们都发表了演讲，非常难得。中国有句古话说：“人无远虑，必有近忧。”我们是否可以大胆的设想一下，结合和平、安全、可持续发展与地球生命共同体定理等这些理念，将生物多样性公约升级为地球生命共同体公约，由联合国牵头，国际社会合作，共同拟定绿色革命健康星球议程，为期50年，展望100年，为绿色革命制定一个总纲领，整合和统领其他各个行业的议程，删繁就简，提高效率，加速行动，扭转趋势，赢得一个更加有希望的未来。谢谢大家。Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haifa, for such an amazing, passionate speech. I love your concern about the nature. As they say, the human problem is in the human heart. As we continue to find a way to stop the melting of the ice in the poles, we should also work for melting the ice in the human heart and create warm relationships. Get rid of self-centeredness and me first, but be able to extend our heart to the others. Thank you very much. I have nothing more to add than thank you for all the participants, the speakers, the resilience of staying with us beyond time and space. And I can't close this session before thanking the heroes and the heroines behind the scene, especially Christine and all the other people whom we don't know their names, but they keep us alive and they provide us with information and technology and the translator and all those who are unseen. Thank you very much. God bless you. And this concludes this session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Taj, and our distinguished speakers and participants. Finally, we'll move on to the last part, but it will be more ceremonial and very interesting. But it will be another room. Let me share my screen. Just more details. Yes, here we go. Okay, the Sustainable Cities and Human Settlements Award Ceremony 2020 will be taking place in half an hour. Okay, it's 2:30 p.m. It's Central European time. In New York, it's 8:30, right? Yeah, 8:30 in New York time. Yes, 8:30 New York time. Yes. Beijing time is 8:30 p.m. Okay, please log in with this ID. We will see you there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you later. Thank you, Mohanty. See you later. Thank you.
Sincerely, huge thanks go to our old and new friends for helping put this together.
Congratulations, Dr. Lu, for this success.
Oh, thank you for your
very difficult time. It is done excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to another conference room.
Okay, if I could, I would just yes, I'll end this session. Please go to the another room with this ID. Okay.
Yeah, room A.
Yes. 那我可以结束了吧？
谢谢朋友们，咱们接下来的颁奖典礼在那个会议室 A， 大家转换一下，重新输一下会议 ID 啊，谢谢大家，8点半准时见，谢谢。
Okay, I'll end this session. I'll see you at the award ceremony. 那我结束了啊。